Bahamas, coast to coast. King to rock with the styles the most. Toast like bread inside your head. Ear to ear with a ball to drag. Dance like no one's watching you. Get down with your whole damn crew. Everybody feel it, come around with the rhythm. It's a sound of round when we give it to you. And the place to be, forget your hands at the door, most definitely. B-girls, B-boys, if you're in the place. Make some noise, come on, shake your waist. Get down in the place to be, forget your hands at the door, most definitely. B-girls, B-boys, if you're in the place. Make some noise, come on, shake your waist.
I look good 24/7, 24/7. All y'all 10s, I'm in 11. I'm in 11. Wanna know how? I don't be stressing. I don't be stressing. Cause I look good 24/7. I'm hot 24/7.
I sleep in my Louboutin, so I wake up sexy. My martini's 31, and no need to test me. On my worst behavior, but at least I'm with my besties. I'm the baddest bitch, so come arrest me. In a new whip with a new fit, like damn, I am Gia. Got the it bitch in my new crib, like sorry, Zach Bia. On the west side for some new dick, Maria, Maria. Got 3 toys and they all boys and they call me mommy. Yeah, I look good 24/7, 24/7. All your 10s, I'm in 11. I'm in 11. Wanna know how? I don't be stressing. I don't be stressing. Cause I look good 24/7. I'm hot 24/7.
I walk in, dudes be like, ooh, she's stunning. I stay so fucking fit, not from running. This walk got a line down the block of dudes who wanna check my plumbing. I'm a wet dream, spring fling queen. You're at home coming.
I look good 24/7, 24/7. All y'all 10s, I'm in 11. I'm in 11. Wanna know how? I don't be stressing. I don't be stressing. Cause I look good 24/7. I'm hot 24/7. I look good 24/7, 24/7. All y'all 10s, I'm in 11. I'm in 11. Wanna know how? I don't be stressing. I don't be stressing. Cause I look good 24/7. I'm hot
24/7. Guys, I'm way fucking hotter than you. Like, you're hot, but not like me. Hello. Bye.
We've got some fresh new young talent doing some things that I know you haven't heard before.
1, 2, 3, listen.
Doing something you haven't heard before.
that I said that were never right. All the things that you said that were always right. That would never right. I've been thinking about you all night. All of the things that you said that were always right. I've been seeing inside for a while. Said that were never right. I'd be thinking about you all night. All of the things that you said that were always right. I've been seeing inside for a while.
To look away, let you in anyway. Now we're deep in and I'm feeling like it was so deceiving. Like you'll get up and leave me. Got my guard up, believe me. Protecting my energy. I'm training every day so I can handle the crash, the fall, the struggle on my own to stand back up. The darkest nights when I'm feeling alone. I don't need nobody else. I got myself. Myself.
Just want your honesty, just want autonomy. I think you're on to me, but you won't talk to me. And no apology will make this better, 'cause I'm too turned up now. I've got to prepare for the crash, the fall, the struggle on my own to stand back up. The darkest nights when I'm feeling alone. I don't need nobody else, I got myself, I got myself. I gotta crash and fall and struggle on my own to stand back up, so I can grow out of feeling alone. I don't need nobody else, I got myself, I got myself. I gotta crash and fall and
dark moonlight. Neon soul with a neon light. You're a neon soul in the dark moonlight. Neon soul with a neon light. You're a neon soul in the dark moonlight. Neon soul with a neon light. You're a neon soul in the dark moonlight. Da 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 da. Come and set me free, set me free. Neon soul with a neon light. You're a neon soul in the dark moonlight. Neon soul with a neon light. You're a neon soul in the dark moonlight. Da 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 da. Da 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 da. Come and set me free, set me free. Get on the plane, I'll pick you up. The sun will rise. Welcome to my desert home. We're right on the way, free as birds, sweet summertime. We'll stay by the sea till the dawn. Come around, I'll show you all the places that I know. Meet the friends, I'll take you where the sunlight meets the shore.
Brighter days is on the other side of pain. Can't be the same if you wanna see some change. Iced out chains got you acting kinda strange. Mine got corroded by the fortune and the fame. Ego so bloated, got your head on the range by the followers and looks. Movers in the crooks, beat down low, you need a ram in a bush. Can't debate, you took the bait, a fish in a hook. Made a friend of an enemy, you mistook. Growing up is knowing everybody ain't solid. Or somebody that everybody ends up with nobody. Lose if you won't, lose if you will.
This will be my final degree. You can't tell me how to be me. When you don't know what you believe. Faith is far more than what you see.
I see the sparkle in your eye. I'm the star that got you struck. Lights out, I had to learn to live in the dark. Water pressure real high, I had to swim with the sharks. Keep the keys in my hand, don't forget where I park. Just as long as I finish, it don't matter how I start. Fueling my possession, all I needed was a spark. Screaming real loud, thought I walked through a parade. Back up long, homie, don't you dare scut my J's. Mask on.
At the tone, please record your message.
Today on the Roxom Report, Bitcoin slipped to its lowest in 2 weeks, dipping just above. I can hear myself, so that's not going to work. We're trying something new technically, and it's not quite working. Okay. Can you stop it? Okay. Sorry about that, guys. All right. Bitcoin dipping just above $112,000 and wiping $80 billion from the crypto market. But analysts still see room for a classic October rally. FTX creditors are set to receive another $1.6 billion payout starting September 30th, bringing many US users close to full recovery. And China and South Korea have launched new digital tokens tied to their currencies, underscoring how governments are embracing stablecoins. All that and more today on the Roxom Report. Welcome to today's episode of the Roxom Report. Today is Monday, the 22nd of September, 2025, and I'm your host, Ione Butler. Right now, Bitcoin is at $112,931. And today we're going to start with the top Bitcoin price story making waves today. It's time for Top of the Block.
Okay.
It's a story you're all probably thinking about. Bitcoin has slipped to its lowest level in nearly 2 weeks, raising questions about the so-called October rally. The cryptocurrency fell just above $112,000 on Monday, dragging the total crypto market down by about $80 billion in only a few hours. Ethereum also dropped more than 4%, dipping below $4,300. When I'm talking about Ethereum being so low, it's confusing because I'm used to Bitcoin's big numbers. But yes, this was Ethereum's lowest point in 2 weeks. For years, October has had a reputation as one of Bitcoin's strongest months. Since 2013, the asset has finished October in the green in 10 out of 12 years. The last October loss came in 2018, when Bitcoin slipped by almost 4%. In bull markets, the gains have been dramatic, 48% in 2017 and 40% in 2021. A repeat performance this year could see Bitcoin climb toward $165,000. Some analysts say the odds are in Bitcoin's favor. Bitcoiner Kyle Chase pointed to the high likelihood of another Federal Reserve rate cut next month. Futures markets put the odds at over 90%. He argued that cheaper money adds liquidity, which is often fuel for Bitcoin. Others, like analyst Psychedelic, believe prices may dip further before bouncing into a powerful October rally. But not everyone is convinced. Augustine Fan from Signal Plus warned that rallies could be weaker this time, pointing to low volatility, slowing momentum, and profit-taking pressure. Jeff Mee of BTSE added that broader economic uncertainty could limit gains though a more aggressive Fed could change that outlook. BitMEX co-founder Arthur Hayes remains bullish, predicting up-only mode once US Treasury liquidity targets are met. With October just days away, all eyes are on whether history repeats or if this year breaks the Uptober streak. Okay, I'm going to cut or throw to Anton, our producer, up above to get your hot take on this. Will we have a Uptober rally or an Uptober wah wah? I don't know what the opposite of October rally is. I guess an Uptober. I can't hear you. Something's not happening here.
You said it. You can't hear me right now?
I don't know whether the audience can hear him. But I certainly can't.
Okay.
So I have a one-person conversation with myself.
Yes.
Well, yeah, I'm going to say, I don't know why you're like Kermit the Frog here. What's happening?
Nothing, still nothing.
All right, I can't hear you, so I'm just going to talk for a little bit.
Okay.
While we try and figure this out. Okay, here's my hot take.
Test.
recently I've been saying that we're not going to see
nothing.
big dips in the way that we have before because of the way that the market is right now and so much interest in Bitcoin and people wanting to buy Bitcoin. And I wonder whether that the same is also true. I don't know whether we're going to see these rallies as much anymore because things are a little bit different. There's mention there about the Fed rate cut again. We all kind of know that that's probably going to happen. I feel like it's going to be a very similar situation to the last rate cut where we knew it was going to happen. It was already priced in and the market kind of bubbled about, went up and went down and is kind of stuck in its like little phase that it's been in, this kind of 112 to 116, 117 phase it's been in for quite some time, or 110 to 116. So yeah, I don't think that there's going to be much of a difference. Really, we haven't sorted out the microphones yet? I'm going to have a one-woman show today where it's just going to be me talking to myself and the audience. Anton up above likes that idea by the looks of it. It's Ione time. All right, shall I go on to the next story? All right, the next story it is. Okay, now let's dive into the headlines making waves around the world. You'll never guess what it is. It's the global gist. A major criminal trial is about to open in London that could set a new standard for how British courts handle cryptocurrency. Hang on. Sorry, guys, we're all over the shop today. My prompter has changed. Okay. Where was I? Hold for prompter, hold for prompter. We had a different person doing a show last week, and so things have changed a touch. Okay. Oh my goodness. Okay, here we go. So yes, it's going to set the standard for how British courts handle cryptocurrency-related crime. Now, at the center of this case is Zemin Qian, a Chinese national accused of running one of the largest Bitcoin-linked frauds in history. Prosecutors say the proceeds, worth about $7 billion today, were converted into Bitcoin and moved to the UK. According to investigators, Qian's scheme operated in China between 2014 and 2017, drawing in nearly 130,000 people. Through a company called Tianjin Lantian Giru Electronic Technology, she allegedly promoted investment products, promising returns of up to 300%. The plan collapsed in 2017 when China banned cryptocurrency. Authorities say she then fled to Britain with the Bitcoin. Now, UK prosecutors are taking a different approach. They are not charging her directly with fraud or money laundering. Instead, they accuse her of unlawfully holding and moving crypto that represents criminal property. Legal experts say this route is simpler for a British jury since prosecutors don't need to prove the original fraud in China. They only need to show that the assets came from crime. But the case is still highly complex. Collecting victim testimony, financial records, and company documents from China will be difficult. And the unprecedented scale of the funds, comparable to the GDP of some countries, raises tough questions about compensation. Civil recovery proceedings are already underway to decide how victims might be repaid. Experts warn the case will likely reach the UK Supreme Court before any resolution. This trial will not only decide the fate of Zemin Qian, it could also shape how courts handle cross-border crypto crime for years to come. All right, Anton, our producer up above. Am I talking to myself again today? I can't hear you, as though I'm talking to myself. So that's a yes. All right. So this, I feel, is, there's a couple of things that I'm concerned about. First of all, why would she not just be extradited to face trial in China? To me, this seems like a lot of money being spent on legal proceedings going through UK courts where the fraud was committed in China. I guess they want to try her for this crime in order to set some precedents for kind of bringing money into the country, assets from crime, I think they called it. So it's an interesting one. I wonder what the, can we actually, I'm going to say, I was about to ask Anton, our producer up above, but he's silent today. I do want to know what has happened what was this? I wonder what this article was originally. Let me see what it's from. Some questions that I have are, hang on, I think he's trying to look it up. I don't think I can multitask quickly enough to find things online and talk about it. So I'm just going to leave these questions. Oh, I can hear you. Can our audience hear you? That is the question. We hope so. We surely hope so. Yeah, I want to know what repercussions this lady is facing in China, and why hasn't she been extradited for that? Was she already found guilty of this? I guess, and my thinking is the reason why the UK are trying it is because they want to establish some kind of precedent for this type of crime for other people fleeing with stolen proceeds, perhaps.
What?
You didn't hear any of that?
Give me that again.
It's the third time I've said it. It doesn't really matter. But yeah, it will be interesting to see how this plays out. Do we know if she faced any repercussions in China?
I don't think so. I think it's all here.
Yeah, so then why hasn't she been extradited, I wonder?
Yeah, I don't know.
She's a Chinese national. It doesn't mention her being a British national.
But potentially the money was laundered here, even though it's online.
I don't know about it being I think they're trying. I think they're not trying her for, what was it, for fraud
or
and money
the money
laundering.
was stolen here from investors here.
No, it happened in China.
Okay.
And then she converted the money to Bitcoin and brought it into the UK. And so they're
interesting.
trying a new tactic rather than do her for fraud and money laundering. They are trying to accuse her of unlawfully holding and moving crypto that represents criminal property.
Right.
So to me, it seems like they're trying to establish some kind of precedent. But I do want to know what's happened to her in the US. And what a fraud. How many billion?
Yeah, this was a big one, because this was one of the biggest. Estimated at 7 billion. But this was also in 2017 or something like that?
Yeah, that was when she that's when it all fell apart.
So this might be estimated now.
It is, with the Bitcoin probably at the price that it is now, for sure. Interesting one, yeah. Can we find out any more about her?
Yeah, what is her name?
Let me just look it up really quickly too. I can say it, but I won't. Yeah. Trial? China? Ooh, multi-billion Bitcoin case. Yeah. Southwark Crown Court. Interesting. Yeah, it doesn't say anything about what happened in China.
Sought customers for a Ponzi-style investment product that offered returns between 100 and 300%. It's interesting if they had just bought Bitcoin, you know? Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing. A lot of people are susceptible to fraud and scams that don't know.
Yeah.
And so, yeah, I think we're just going to see more and more of this type of stuff. I wonder why she came to the UK. I feel like there's better places if you're going to run and hide your billions of fraudulently obtained funds.
If there's one thing you take from this show.
Yeah, it's don't come to the UK with your stolen...
With your stolen money.
Yeah, exactly. Go anywhere else. Although, I don't know, sometimes the UK drops the ball on things. All right, shall I move on? Shall I move on to the next story? Should we have a little cheeky little break?
Let's take a little break.
Okay, we'll be right back.
Security matters. Zappo Bank. The only way to bank your Bitcoin. Apply now at zappobank.com.
So, tell us about your furry friend here. What's his name?
Oh, this? This is Bitcoin.
Bitcoin?
It's not just a cat, he's family.
Quite a name, and I must say, looks quite pampered.
Oh, absolutely. Bitcoin deserves nothing but the best. He's my little prince.
But with such a valuable pet, aren't you afraid of losing him?
Losing Bitcoin? No, it never happened before, so it's not something I worry about. Excuse me for a moment. Bitcoin, stay here, right?
Bitcoin, no! Bitcoin! Come on, little buddy! Bitcoin! I need you! Don't go!
Welcome back. In London this week, a major spotlight was placed on Britain's future in technology. The occasion came during President Trump's state visit, with Prime Minister Keir Starmer and senior figures from both the US and UK watching closely. At the heart of the event was Nvidia's founder, Jensen Huang. His company, now worth around $4 trillion, has announced new investments of £2 billion in British startups. Speaking directly to UK entrepreneurs, he declared Britain will be an AI superpower, praising the country's long history of science and innovation. Nvidia was not alone. Microsoft confirmed a £22 billion commitment to expand its AI infrastructure in the UK. The company says this will lay the groundwork for artificial intelligence to become as common as electricity or the internet. Google added £5 billion, opening a new data centre in Essex and strengthening its London-based AI research arm, DeepMind. In total, the UK secured tens of billions in investment from 3 of Silicon Valley's biggest names. The government says this is an early win in its effort to transform the economy with advanced technology. But the upbeat message contrasts with ongoing concerns. Some critics, including former Deputy Prime Minister Nick Clegg, argue Britain risks becoming too dependent on US companies. Others warn that while AI promises growth, it could also displace jobs in areas such as accounting, law, and creative industries before new roles are created. Even so, the week has injected a new sense of optimism. Britain is betting big on artificial intelligence, and America's tech giants appear ready to back that with serious money. How these investments shape the economy and people's lives may define the next generation. Okay. Anton, we somewhat covered this story last week. I think last Friday we touched on it, kind of covering it again there. I'm not too confident that this partnership or announcement will actually lead to much growth. I think it will line the pockets of these tech companies quite considerably. I think in total it was about $150 billion investment. Interestingly, they're not talking about the BlackRock investment, which probably doesn't have anything to do with tech. It's probably them spending $90 billion buying up property in the UK and eventually driving up the prices for everybody for houses here. But yeah, this entire investment is only going to create 7,500 jobs, which really, if we're talking about, innovation, I think it should lead to a lot more jobs than that. I don't really understand how Microsoft and Google and Nvidia coming to the UK and making a ton of money benefits the UK. They're going to be taxed. They're going to have their games and not pay their taxes and, do the things that big tech companies do. So really, what is it just a talking point? Is that I think it's just...
Potentially, or, who knows what the UK is getting in return. That's been a little nebulous, too.
I think it just sounds good for
Or
Labour.
what they're giving in return. Yes, possibly. It's possible that the UK stands to get a lot of taxes out of this deal. I agree with you. They'll be able to hide a lot of it. But, 150 billion? Is that what it was?
That was including BlackRock, yeah.
Yeah.
We didn't touch on
150
this.
billion leading to 7,600 jobs is pretty insane. 1 billion leading to 7,600 jobs, it still feels super low. So yeah, it doesn't seem like the UK is getting much out of this, but I think the details are also pretty loose, and I think they're purposefully loose. Like, these are agreements. Yeah, we'll do that.
They're not legally binding.
They're not legally binding. It's not specific, other than the data centers that they are actually building right now at some of the companies. The rest is just very loose and general.
Yeah, it doesn't instill me with confidence. I think the concern about being reliant on American tech companies, to some degree, yes. I mean, I hope that UK-based tech companies are given the chance to and support to thrive as well. I don't know that having a Microsoft data center is detrimental. I don't know that we're being that reliant. What are we using the data center for? I don't even, I don't, that doesn't concern me as much. I would still like to see I would like to see some innovation from the UK. That would be more positive. What's the UK doing? What does the UK get out of it in the US? It just seems really weird. I don't see it being this big win for the UK.
Well, and the danger, I think, is beyond tech, just like what does it mean to be not just reliant on US tech companies, but the US in general. But I think the UK is kind of forced into that position because they're not a booming economy. They're a pretty stagnant economy. And without having the EU after Brexit, what do they have? So, I mean, potentially they just do need to align themselves with a greater power in order to have any kind of prosperity in this new tech world. I get it in that respect. It just doesn't seem like they're getting much out of it.
Yeah, I agree. Interesting, I was reading something today about the UK actually, the economy actually, like the government were making more in taxes and things like that this year. Let me double check that. Did the UK make more in taxes?
Is it they made more in taxes, but they spent even more?
Exactly.
Okay.
They spent even more. So yeah, it was a 3.7% increase from the previous year, but they spent considerably more, so it doesn't even touch the surfaces. Which to me really begs the question, stop raising taxes and start cutting back on the spending. Like, find out where the spending is being wasted. I was reading about like benefits and like there's like a whole benefit system in the UK. About 10% of that is being illegally claimed, fraudulently claimed. Either people just intentionally doing it or don't know that they've got they're claiming for the wrong amount. It was like many, many billions. It's like, stop taxing hardworking people more to get a little bit more to pay for outrageous spending. Like, I wish that the focus would just be purely on where is money being wasted, stop wasting money, where is money being fraudulently claimed, stop doing that. It was interesting, there's a lot of talk about HMRC and them tracking people and using AI to track people, and a lot of people, and there's the crypto reporting, which seems really reporting every single crypto transaction. To me, that seems it's way too much. It's really unnecessary. You don't have to report, if you're a trader, you don't have to report every single transaction you had with every single customer you've had throughout your business. Why would you have to? It seems so unnecessary. Reporting any gains, yeah, fine, that makes sense, because you should be taxed on it. Well, you are taxed on your gains here. That makes sense. But what I do think is interesting about this using AI is it was proven successful because they first started using it to go after high net worth individuals who were avoiding tax. And there was one particular UK millionaire or billionaire who owed £650 million in taxes. And so they used this sort of AI thing to sort of capture that. And it's a tricky one because I'm like, yeah, go after the people who are not paying their taxes. What I don't want to see is like the average person being, you owe us, you should have paid £1,000 and you didn't, like, just like financially crippling and destroying people who are just like, it's really complicated. I don't even know what I've done. Do you know what I mean? So I'm conflicted because if you don't use AI technology, how do you go about catching people like this?
Yeah.
But at the same time, you don't want to live in a world where the government is, where there's overreach and there's no privacy and people are being just attacked for, gone after for anything. And I've read horror stories about the HMRC. Like they have like a code of conduct where they're not supposed to like bankrupt people. And for one guy, they made him sell his house to pay a fine that hadn't even, I think they had miscalculated the fine. I mean, it really put him into such a rough situation. This only came out after newspapers wrote about it. But so they can be really predatory and wrong and destroy people's lives. So I don't want this technology being used to do that to people because they're just on one. But I do want it to be used to go after the people who are hiding tons of money. Because it shouldn't be the average person suffering from this. It should be the people that are like committing fraud and doing all that stuff. So, but stop raising taxes and go after the people who are not paying taxes and cut out benefit fraud, please.
And a more tiered tax system.
Yeah, don't get me started on that. Yeah.
Because you can find a way so that you're collecting the same amount of taxes, but taxes go up in tiers of 20% and then 24% and then 28%, whatever, where the government is bringing in enough money, the same amount of money, but you're incentivizing people to work more and harder because they don't get cut off at the knees at 50,000 pounds when it jumps to 40%.
Yeah.
I mean, that would help everything.
Yeah.
I don't understand why that's not even being discussed.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. Well, yeah, I don't know. I guess the concern is it would make it more complicated.
A little.
For, yeah.
You know?
Yeah. Yeah, it's, oof. I mean, yeah, we should maybe start looking for news and press releases from Labour. I mean, we're getting a lot of people talking about them. I'm kind of curious to see what they're saying about stuff. It might even be interesting to see if we can talk to somebody about their crypto stance, but that's being very optimistic. So who knows? But I just think that this is a bit of a publicity stunt, and I don't see how this investment is going to be a big turning point for the UK. It's still not a great place to have a business. They make it difficult. It's expensive. Like that, if you want innovation, make the country attractive for innovation.
Yeah.
So, yeah. That's my take on that. All right, should we move on to the next story?
Let's do it.
Oh, there's another Starmer story. Another Starmer story. The UK government is considering a bold new step to attract the brightest minds from around the world. Prime Minister Keir Starmer is weighing proposals to scrap visa fees for top scientists, academics and digital experts. The Financial Times reports that Starmer's Global Talent Task Force is exploring whether to waive the cost entirely for people with degrees from the world's top 5 universities, or for those who have won major international awards. One official told the paper they are kicking around the idea of cutting costs to zero. Currently, a global talent visa costs £766 per applicant, with the same fee applying to partners and children. On top of that, applicants usually pay an annual health surcharge of more than £1,000 per person. These costs can add up quickly for families. The visa route was introduced in 2020 to make it easier for recognised leaders in science, engineering, medicine, digital technology and the arts to move to Britain. Officials say momentum for reform grew after former President Donald Trump introduced a $100,000 fee for America's H-1B visa program, which is heavily used by tech companies. Britain now sees an opportunity to position itself as a more attractive destination. The task force is chaired by Starmer's business advisor Varun Chandra and Science Minister Lord Patrick Vallance. While the Home Office has not adopted the proposals, officials say all visa routes remain under review. They stress this is not about raising migration overall, but about ensuring Britain attracts the brightest and best. The number of global talent visas issued rose by 76% in the year ending June 2023. University leaders have welcomed the government's effort, but say more support is still needed. This is laughable to me. Donald Trump is wanting to do, I don't know how much the cost of this, the H-1B visa is now, but wants to increase it to $100,000 to apply for a visa. And the UK is going, we should cut our £766 visa to nothing to like really try and increase adoption and interest.
Well, there's a difference here. So I don't think this is the equivalent of the H-1B visa. I think this global talent visa is just encouraging people to come over regardless of whether they have a job or not, because it would be the employer paying for it when they're bringing over people for a work visa. So I don't think this is that, and which means I think very few people actually use this route anyway. This was just introduced in 2020.
I don't like it. Well, if it's people coming who don't have a job, then what is that? How is that beneficial for the UK?
And also, how many top stellar scientists are moving here without a job offer, you know?
Yeah, what is the name of this thing again? How many people?
It's the global talent visa.
The UK on the global talent. I don't like it. I don't like a lot of things. Well, they've only got data for the year ending June 2023. There were just under 4,000 global talent visas granted.
4,000. Okay, so that's more than I thought. But yeah, it is almost nothing if you're coming to work at a big university or research lab or something like that.
Here we go, sorry. Also, the end of September 2023, the total global talent visa issued main applicants was 8,707 with 6,380 dependents. So I'm not sure what, like when it says to the end of September, whether that means from the beginning of it being launched, this visa, or in the year. What is it exactly? But yeah, this doesn't instill me with confidence. Because if it's people coming to take sort of high-paying jobs, then it kind of concerns me a little bit. Because then what is that doing for UK citizens?
I would assume that this is just for jobs that they can't staff here. I would assume. But I think that type of idea is right. You want to attract the best people from all around the world to come and build stuff here, you know?
Mm-hmm.
It just doesn't seem like this would do much. I mean, a top person, you're assuming they're coming from a company or some type of situation where 766 pounds is not onerous.
Exactly.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, if you've been at one of the top universities, yeah, it seems like such a weird thing to be discussing cutting these fees, which are barely anything, in a desperate bid. Yeah.
It also feels like he's just trying to woo Trump again. He did something with visas. No, we're going to do something too.
Not really, because it kind of undermines it. If Trump's going to charge $100,000 for their special workers to come and work there, and we're going to cut our fees to zero, it's not really. It's kind of undermining what Trump has done.
Trump wants less people coming over to foster more American people getting jobs. That's the idea behind it.
Okay.
So it doesn't really matter. Starmer's basically saying, okay, you don't want to go there anymore, or they're stopping you. They're stopping employers from having the ability to bring people over. You can come here now.
Interesting. Oh, well, what do you think about that? We're going to take a very quick break, and we'll be right back.
Security matters. Zappo Bank. The only way to bank your Bitcoin. Apply now at zappobank.com.
So, tell us about your furry friend here. What's his name?
Oh, this? This is Bitcoin.
Bitcoin?
It's not just a cat, he's family.
Quite a name, and I must say, looks quite pampered.
Oh, absolutely. Bitcoin deserves nothing but the best. He's my little prince.
But with such a valuable pet, aren't you afraid of losing him?
Losing Bitcoin? No, it never happened before, so it's not something I worry about. Excuse me for a moment. Bitcoin, stay here, right?
Bitcoin, no! Bitcoin, come on, little buddy, Bitcoin, I need you. Don't go.
At the tone, please record your message.
Welcome back, everyone. European lawmakers are closing in on a decision over the controversial chat control law. Privacy experts warn it could have sweeping consequences for digital security across the continent. The proposal, officially called the Regulation to Prevent and Combat Child Sexual Abuse, would require digital platforms to scan private messages for illegal content before they are encrypted. That means even conversations meant to be private can be checked before they're sent. Critics say this amounts to creating a backdoor into encrypted systems, undermining the very idea of secure communications. Hans Rempel, CEO of the tech company Diode, called the plan a dangerous overreach. He warned that giving governments the ability to monitor private lives on such a scale is fundamentally incompatible with promises of digital privacy. Legal experts are also raising alarms. Elisenda Fabriga, general counsel at Bricken, pointed out that the proposals conflict with core rights enshrined in European law. Articles 7 and 8 of the EU Charter guarantee the confidentiality of communications and protection of personal data. She explained that under this law, even messages without any sign of wrongdoing could be scanned. Security concerns add another layer. More than 10% of all data breaches already occur in government systems. Experts warn that forcing platforms to create scanning tools could make them prime targets for misuse. The erosion of trust could push people towards decentralized alternatives built on Web3 technologies. These systems give users full control over their data, with encryption built in from the start. For now, the outcome rests largely with Germany, which holds the deciding vote. 15 EU countries support the law, but that falls short of the population threshold required for passage. If Germany votes yes, it will likely become law. If it abstains or votes no, the measure is expected to fail. Okay, I think this is a really concerning story here, and really definite overreach, like a complete contradiction of the EU articles. I don't understand how it's got this far and how it's in a position to be voted on. My feeling is if it passes, then it will get taken to the European Union, EU Supreme Court to be decided there, because it's a massive breach. And there's a big thing in in government where it's like what's being done needs to be proportionate for. If you're protecting against child sexual offences, what you're doing needs to be proportionate to what you're setting out. This seems so wildly unbalanced. To scan every conversation between everybody in the EU to check for any it's just insane. Then it's just it's basically saying you can't have privacy, and then we can scan every single phone call to make sure you're not talking about child sex stuff. How has this got so far?
I mean, we already saw it happen in the U.S. with the Patriot Act. They were listening to they were given the phones. The government was just given the phones, and they could scan everything they wanted to through AT&T. They literally had back rooms built in where they could listen into every single person's phone calls. This is part of what Edward Snowden was talking about, and this is, it takes something like that. I mean, in that case, it took a national tragedy for people to be take all our rights. But this seems just out of nowhere. And also, I mean, this article is about this law potentially pushing people to use decentralized chat platforms like BitChat, which you don't need the internet, and you could get around this, but that means the people that are doing bad things on it are going to get around it too. So you're just harming good people under the auspices of safety, but it's the safety is not really there. This would be a dangerous step to take.
I agree.
And also just building in, asking companies to build in backdoors just invites less privacy and less safety in all ways.
Yeah. I remember when this story, we kind of covered this maybe 2 or 3 months ago, and just thinking, no, this has kind of come out of nowhere. That can't be happening. There would be outrage about it, and there really wasn't. And I feel like it's kind of happening as people's rights are being taken away, as authoritarian regimes are coming to power, as these privacy violations are happening, I think, in the US, people were perfectly fine. Well, they were disgruntled, but perfectly fine with that happening. You right there?
Yeah.
Throwing things around.
That's fine. I'm pissed about this law.
Yeah, I could see that. I just think, I don't really know what's going to change. I think we're in an age where everybody's just a little bit like, yeah, whatever. It just feels a little bit like that. There's no kind of like anybody rising up to put a stop to it. I think people are just tired and burnt.
I think if this went ahead, people would be pissed. I mean, you saw it, Khmer operator mentioned Nepal. I mean, you see these types of things happening, and there is like a trigger, and there is a moment.
Did you say Nepal?
Yeah.
What happened in Nepal?
They overthrew the government.
Oh.
And people were pissed. It just takes one little thing. Like maybe people aren't paying attention to it because this is just a regulation passing through the bureaucracy of the EU, and once it passes, we might see people going to the streets and being pissed about this. This feels like something that could trigger something like that.
Yeah. Well, people can also, like the public and certain people can also appeal to the Supreme Court. They can, well, maybe not directly to the Supreme Court, but they can request that this be looked at because it is in breach of the articles. For example, there was a lot of stuff in the UK about, before we left the EU, female drivers got paid less for their car insurance because they were less risky drivers than male drivers. And that was found to be discriminatory based on sex, which is a breach of one of the articles, and now female drivers have to pay the same as male drivers, even though they're traditionally safer drivers. So things like that can be overturned. This is a massive, massive contradiction and violation of one of the articles. So I would hope that once it goes through the courts, because I'm assuming this is the sort of government, EU government, I'm not really entirely sure how it works, and then it could go, the people could appeal it. I would hope that's how it plays out. And I'm curious, I wonder what Germany is going to decide and when the vote is happening.
Well, Germany has a strong tradition of not having onerous rules, so I'm
being sarcastic?
Yeah, I'm being sarcastic. Okay. So we might be screwed.
Yeah, we'll see. All right. Should we move on to our next story?
Yes.
Okay. The UK government borrowing has reached its highest level for August in 5 years, according to new data from the Office for National Statistics. Borrowing, the gap between what the government spends and what it collects in taxes, hit £18 billion last month. That figure was higher than analysts expected, and it adds pressure on Chancellor Rachel Reeves ahead of November's budget. The increase came despite higher receipts from tax and national insurance. Rising spending on public services, welfare benefits, and debt interest outweighed those gains. The borrowing total for the first 5 months of this financial year now stands at almost £84 billion, over £16 billion higher than the same period last year, and well above official forecasts. Economists say the figures underline the tough financial landscape facing the government. Paul Dales of Capital Economics noted that public finances are deteriorating even without a weak economy. He warned Reeves may need to raise as much as £28 billion, largely through higher taxes, to meet her own fiscal rules. Those rules include not borrowing to fund day-to-day spending by the end of this Parliament, and ensuring debt is falling as a share of national income by 2029. Analysts expect a mix of tax rises, potentially including so-called stealth taxes and sin taxes, alongside limited spending cuts. Markets reacted to the news with the pound slipping against the dollar and government borrowing costs edging higher. Rising inflation linked welfare and pensions payments, along with higher interest on debt, have added billions to the government's outgoings. There was some brighter news on the high street. Separate figures showed retail sales rose 0.5% in August, helped by warm weather. But overall, sales volumes remain below pre-pandemic levels, leaving retailers cautious heading into autumn. I'm not surprised by that at all. I feel like who can afford to go shopping? Of course, retail is not doing too well. Everything is expensive. People are squeezed. Yeah, I mean, this kind of story, I feel like I've already given my rant on this a little bit earlier.
You did. I thought, I'd never heard the term sin taxes. I had heard stealth taxes, but I thought that was a little more casual than it was spoken about formally. So sin taxes are applied to tobacco and alcohol. Interesting that they're still calling that a sin. Maybe an unhealthy tax that might be a little more progressive. And then stealth taxes are ones typically not noticed by taxpayers, such as freezing the tax bands. So wage rises mean people fall into higher brackets.
Yeah, that's what they've been. They've been really tricky about that, and they've been doing that for a long time. It's the same thing with not increasing the bands for like stamp duty and things like that. So prices of houses go up and up, and people are stuck paying the higher rates, even though the houses prices have gone up. It's sneaky.
Until they reach a ceiling, which they have. Now what do you do? Because nobody's buying houses anymore.
Yeah, it's tricky. Well, they are being tricky. I don't think it is tricky.
I agree.
Yeah. I want to get to this story, this FTX story. So let's move on to that, shall we? Nearly 3 years after the sudden collapse of crypto exchange FTX, creditors are set to receive another major payout. The FTX Recovery Trust, which manages the bankruptcy estate, announced that $1.6 billion will be distributed to users at the end of this month. Payments are scheduled to begin on September 30th. Those who have completed verification on the FTX claims portal will have their funds sent through service providers BitGo, Kraken, or Payoneer, and deposits are expected to arrive within 3 business days. This marks the 3rd major round of repayments since the exchange's downfall in November 22. According to the announcement, US customer claims will see the biggest lift, with 40% distribution in this round, bringing the total recovery for American users to 95%. International customers, known as .com users, will receive an additional 6% payout, raising their cumulative recovery to 78%. General unsecured claims and digital asset loan claims will receive 24% in this round, taking their total to 85%. And convenience claims, which cover smaller balances, will be paid out at 120%, meaning some creditors will receive more than the face value of what they were owed. The September distribution builds on earlier repayments that have already returned more than $6 billion to creditors. Altogether, the bankruptcy team's strategy has centered on recovering assets and working toward making customers whole after one of the largest financial collapses in crypto history. FTX, one of the world's biggest digital asset exchanges, collapsed in November 2022, sparking a prolonged bear market across the industry. Its founder, Sam Bankman-Fried, was convicted of fraud and conspiracy not earlier this year, and is now serving a 25-year prison sentence. For creditors, however, this latest payout marks another step closer to financial recovery. When was he convicted?
I think it was a long court case. Let's see.
We are looking into it.
No, he was convicted on November 2nd, 2023.
Be better, ChatGPT. Be better. Yes. It's great that so much of these funds are being recovered. I do feel for the people, though, because if they still, they're not, I don't think they're recovering the gains that they would have made with the assets that they held, you know? With, when did it go down? In 2022?
Yeah.
Dem gains would have been insane.
Would have been insane.
Yeah.
It's interesting what happened, though. So obviously big. Did you read Going Infinite? I think you did.
Yeah.
Big failure, lost a lot of money, but also still kept a ton of Bitcoin, and a lot of it he just didn't know where it was. So like literally a like technological and forensics team needed to go in and find it all. And he had invested a ton into AI companies, and everything went up. Bitcoin went up, AI became a huge thing, so those investments shot up. So it's just amazing that with the spectacular failure of this company and how much money was lost, he still invested so well that he can pay these people off, or the bankruptcy trust can pay these people back. It's really fascinating turn of events.
Yeah, there was, I can't remember whether it is in that Going Infinite book or articles that I subsequently read, but there was talk about without the news breaking, it would have been able to survive, like kind of based on those investments and stuff like that. And I can't remember if it was the book or other articles, but there was the suggestion that these kind of bankruptcy proceedings were pushed by these type of bankruptcy lawyers. The bankruptcy lawyers in this case have made over $900 million.
Wow.
Which is insane. It's like so much money for them to kind of come in when it probably could have, with the way that things had gone. Like if it hadn't have been a big hoo-ha, things wouldn't have tanked, obviously. But who knows? Who knows what he would have continued to do if he would have continued playing games. I don't know.
Well, there was no, they needed to put a stop to what they were doing. There was no, we just need to get past this moment. It was a colossal mess up from the beginning, and things were going down. I mean, it read as apocalyptic at the end of that book when Michael Lewis, the author, is visiting the island and seeing just that nobody's there, and some people are sleeping in the offices, just the last few, people holding on to the sinking ship.
Yeah. I wonder if they're making a film about it. What was it, Going Infinite?
Going Infinite. I'm sure they are.
Let's see, shall we? Nah, not yet.
But yeah, you're right. I would be pissed if it took this long to get paid back in assets that probably would have doubled at this point.
Yeah, absolutely. Sorry, it is being adapted to a movie. It's being developed by Apple Studios and A24. Lena Dunham is set to write the screenplay.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Weird.
Release date, no idea. Director cast, no one confirmed. I'd see it. It was interesting. Yeah, really unfortunate. But I mean, at least people they are recovering what they lost at the time, which is better than nothing.
Right.
But still heartbreaking when you probably could have double or triple by now. Well, that takes us to the end of the show, guys. Thank you so much for watching today. We'll be back tomorrow. We'll see you then.
Security matters. Zappo Bank. The only way to bank your Bitcoin. Apply now at zappobank.com.
So, tell us about your furry friend here. What's his name?
Oh, this? This is Bitcoin.
Bitcoin?
It's not just a cat, he's family.
Quite a name, and I must say, looks quite pampered.
Oh, absolutely. Bitcoin deserves nothing but the best. He's my little prince.
But with such a valuable pet, aren't you afraid of losing him?
Losing Bitcoin? No, it never happened before, so it's not something I worry about. Excuse me for a moment. Bitcoin, stay here, right?
Bitcoin, no! Bitcoin, come on, little buddy, Bitcoin, I need you. Don't go.
In a world far away. Nah, just kidding. This story begins in this world. It all started in 1460 in Antwerp, when the first commodities exchange was created, but the real transformation came in 1602, when the Amsterdam Stock Exchange was founded. Considered the oldest in the world, it was the first to trade financial assets. Over the years, Britain expanded its colonial and maritime influence, and the British pound sterling overtook the Dutch guilder in the market. Thus, the London Stock Exchange became the financial centre of the world. The 20th century came, and the world got into some trouble. But shortly after World War II, the Bretton Woods Agreement established the dollar as the world's primary reserve currency, and the centre of the planet moved to Wall Street. Today, we're travelling at the speed of light towards a new age, an era shaped by the consolidation of Bitcoin as the currency that will define the future of the markets. We present Roxom, a new Bitcoin-denominated market that allows trading all sorts of securities, commodities, derivatives, options, and anything you can imagine. Roxom, rock-solid markets.
The future of capital markets runs on Bitcoin. Introducing Roxom, the first ever exchange where Bitcoiners can trade treasury stocks entirely in BTC. Get exposure to top Bitcoin holding companies like MicroStrategy and Metaplanet, priced in Bitcoin from the start. No fiat, no middlemen. This is what financial freedom looks like. Early access now live at roxom.com/treasuries. Built by Bitcoiners for Bitcoiners.
Good morning, Bitcoiners. I hope you're doing well. I'm loving my life. Who could complain on a day like today? Not me, no way. Things are going too well. We love our life. Indeed. What are people saying in the chat? First, young Tommy is in the house. We love it. Good morning, gang. Good will overcome evil, Soap Miner. You are correct. I still owe you that email. Pardon me, the DM, Soap Miner. I forgot. I meant to get to that. Everyone has a role to play, indeed, CB Van. Everyone does have a role to play. It's Monday. Sailors still buying Bitcoin, even at high prices, but they did come down this morning. A bit of a dip. What are we at? 112,000 US trash tokens per Bitcoin. Incredible. Evangelizing truth for the sake of the unclean masses. Awesome awakening, awakeners. Indeed, Chef Zero. I woke up this morning. I was so glad. That's The best attitude anyone can have, CB Van. Why is the print in chat microscopic, huh? I don't know, Chef Zero. I can't see it. Morning, y'all. Upward and onward. Keep on moving, indeed, Charlosky. Count. Save the chat. Someone shrunk the chat size print. Let me know it looks normal to me. It must be you, Chef Zero. You're the one who's... it does seem a tad small. Okay, so we got a couple people in there. Looks normal to me, says John C919. Let me go myself have a look over on Rumble. It possibly is because of the upgrades happening to the website and the imminent use of their wallet, I hope. I see everything through that lens, I suppose. I'm going to switch the logo because whenever I put the comments up, it erases it temporarily. So experiment with it that way. Let me see what's happening over on Rumble with the chat. Let me see what I see. Let me get my live video here. All right, chat. Yeah, the chat looks normal to me. On my phone, it's the exact same. That's usually the size at which I see it if you want to get... Oh, there's all my beautiful emojis stuff. Look at how boring you... Look at this one that I have to deal with. All this boring stuff. And you've got this one here with all these great emojis. That's on StreamYard, though. Rumble has nothing to do with that, I don't think. Or I guess they could change the signal they send out through the API, but I doubt they could calibrate it just for StreamYard, or it would be worth it for them. StreamYard, figure out how to get emojis to render correctly in your chat. And why do these ones render correctly and the boring ones with the question marks and the normal emojis, but I can't get the Trump and the Bitcoin stuff? I don't know. I don't know what's going on, but we want it. We want the spinning heads. We want all of that stuff. The Bitcoin this. There's so many good emojis on Rumble normally, and we don't get access to them. What a bummer. That's okay. That's okay. So yeah, it looks normal to me. I think you just need to adjust your own settings, I suppose. WTF, this is insane. Never mind. What the heck? Yeah. We're gonna have fun. MG and welcome. I think you mean GM, Greg. I was trying to think of MG, like Marjorie Taylor Greene or something. Oh no, she's not coming today. Heather is coming today, though. You'll see her in a little over an hour, and we'll talk about the equinox and what's going on with the moon, and we'll hear all about that. So I'm looking forward to that. But first, we're going to be talking about all of the stuff we saw yesterday with the massive Christian revival that occurred in USA and around the world yesterday at the great Charlie Kirk's memorial service. We'll be talking about that, of course. What else is there to talk about, right? I've been trying to get away from talking about Charlie Kirk every day since 2 weeks ago, and it hasn't been easy. So he seems to be just always on my thoughts. I think the ceremony yesterday, though, will help us move on with, not to forget, of course, but at least to be able to focus on other things. Because there is a lot going on. Food for thought. Somebody I know just shared with me that many of Saylor's big purchases appear to be at prices that are at the peak. Yeah, I've been thinking about Berger. This is a well-known issue with this is a well-known issue with the way he's able to purchase. And I was privy to a ton of insider information back in January and February, not insider trading stuff, but like what the 21X folks, what the Lutnicks, what everyone else who's put up a competitive Michael Saylor strategy has been saying. And they say, well, great for Saylor, but indeed the way he's calibrated his treasury and just based on his own cash flow versus what he's buying and where he's at in his own maturation, it had been noticed by many of these people for years now that Michael Saylor is unable to buy cheap Bitcoin. The nature of the way it works is just that he gets more leverage the higher Bitcoin is, obviously. And when his leverage goes down, he can't buy as much. So it's just simply the way the business is calibrated at this point, because they're done with their cash flow. Like, they can't really buy Bitcoin off MicroStrategy cash flow any longer, as originally intended. Of course, they went way beyond that, and probably very intelligently. But the nature of how he gets money to go out and buy the Bitcoin to put on the balance sheet means, and this was something known by a lot of Wall Street people already, saying, like, where can we fit in? So, like I said, the 21X people, everyone I was talking to back then had already picked up on this aspect of Saylor, that probably maybe not even catchable, right? But so he's so far ahead. But the people that wanted to catch him, and I was talking with a few of them, the people that said it is possible if you do it this way, because Saylor is stuck buying at the top. And if Bitcoin goes down, he can't buy. And, if you were, say, Western Union or one of these other businesses that have a ton of cash flow, but a really shitty stock price compared to brand recognition, and basically that there was other vehicles out there with better cash flow, more discounted stock, based on, just because the stock market does, if they think you're not sexy, they hate you and all that stuff. So these guys were talking about things like Western Union and other companies of that scale that could create a huge cash flow, that could sort of totally revitalize their business if they got rid of the stupid wire transfers that they use today. Imagine you bought Western Union, took the guts out of the company and just put a stable coin in there. And then they started, buying Bitcoin on their balance sheet, and everybody in the world was doing these transactions with stable coins, but the cash flow was still theirs. Very quickly, a business like that could start catching up to Saylor. No one knew if you could really beat Saylor. That was, no one was saying this as like, look at dumb Saylor. They're just saying, look, Saylor has cornered the market. He's burnt out what he's got. He can only buy expensive Bitcoin from here on out. The next crash that Bitcoin happens, Saylor ain't buying. He's just not going to have enough money. And that he'll probably have too much Bitcoin, or so much Bitcoin, that it's not going to be a big concern to him. But these people were saying that was their opportunity, basically, that, turning Dollar General into Satoshi General is real life alpha. Yeah, exactly. Also buying Blockbuster to be the ultimate mining pool. There's all kinds of deals. Well, Blockbuster would be a full meme stock. But Dollar General, it's a great example. Dollar General has tremendous cash flow. And the cash is coming in even if the Bitcoin market is down. So there were people already keyed into this opportunity, let's say. That was where there was a chance, not in this bull cycle, but in a bear cycle, to be able to catch Michael Saylor, because it's widely understood amongst these sort of Howard Lutnick 21X, everyone else who's really Wall Streety and behind these Bitcoin treasury stocks. All of them believe that you can, make ground on Saylor. Now, that's why you'll also hear, and you'll continue to hear this, and I've heard this refrain many times from people who set themselves up to go, seriously, that's real alpha. It is, absolutely, yeah. In order to set themselves up to be able to catch Saylor, you hear a lot of people say we want to be the Berkshire Hathaway of Bitcoin. All that means is they want cash positive stocks as part of the portfolio. So if you put a bunch of cash positive companies whose stock is discounted based on the lack of sexiness of their business, and you put them all together, then you're going to have a tremendous buying power for the Bitcoin when the market's down. So if you do have discounted stock opportunity with this cash flow, no one, they didn't, like I said, they don't believe they can actually catch him for sure. But if you're going to catch him, there is an opportunity and there is a path. And that's what these folks said it was. It was this big cash flow, and that the weakness of Saylor's model at this point is he can only buy expensive Bitcoin. Doesn't matter. He's still buying Bitcoin, right? And one day it will seem cheap compared to prices paid in the future, but that's it. His machine is calibrated on expensive Bitcoin at this point. And that's why he's developed all these other products. So that's what people are saying. That's what people are saying. I painted it on BitAxe hashboards. Nice PFP, Tommy. It is nice. We like the... I figured it was because Sailor was announcing after he'd just finished buying. What do we have? What do we have? A very short-term peak of price. Yeah. All right. Yeah. Just that's like I said. It's not a rumor. I think even if you were in a conversation with Sailor and discussed this, he'd say, yeah, this and that. And he wouldn't treat it like he wouldn't be offended or anything. He'd say, yeah, that's true. Right? That's what the conversation is on Wall Street for the people, not the people out there just trying to make a Bitcoin treasury and see how it goes. There's people trying to catch him, right? Like, can he be caught? And so these Wall Street people like Brendan Lutnick, that's what's on their mind. Howard's kid, right? That's their root, they think, and positive cash flow. If you probably peruse through Jack, what's his name again? I always forget his last name. Strike, Jack, whatever his name is, from 21X. Everybody knows him. And if you peruse through his 21X comments, I'm sure you'll find something similar, that they have an advantage, that they can buy cheap Bitcoin when it comes down. So there you go. There you go. Yeah, Maulers. Yeah, I don't know why I always forget his name. I obviously know who he is. But I always, we know. I don't know why I forget it. It's because I say Jack, and then the stupid Jack Dorsey's handle sticks out of my head from Twitter, and I simply cannot see Mahler's name. I only see Dorsey, and I don't know why. It's just I cannot draw on the Mahler's name for some reason, no matter how many times. It's like I heard Jack Pussabeek's name, Pussobeek. Oh, what it's like. And I had to laugh because I know you guys always freak out when I say his name wrong. We're getting old, my dude. Exactly. So whenever I hear Jack Pussabeek's name pronounced correctly, I think of you guys because I won't remember how to say it. I really practiced that, by the way. I heard it said correctly when he gave a speech yesterday at the Charlie Kirk funeral. And I said, oh, now I know it. I heard it for real, and I won't forget it. But even just now, I'm like, what was it again? Pussabeek? Anyway, we love the guy. We just really... Him, I don't have a trouble remembering his name, but for some reason, that's what's going on. That is what's... Yeah, we know. Pussobeek. I won't get it. We don't know why. We do not know why. We try hard. Don't fault me for not getting some of these names right. It's just part of life. All right. Oh, Noah, I got the stamps. Thank you. Glad you're in the chat. I got the stamps. I was in Vermont this weekend quickly with the whole family. We spent much of Saturday. What a beautiful weekend. We spent much of Saturday there. Nice tribute, somewhat RNC-ish. Yeah, we'll talk about that. So I got the beautiful stamps, Noah, and good news added to the stamps. My Japanese father-in-law has been collecting stamps since he was a kid. He has like an incredible, up-to-date Japanese, Canadian, American, world collection of stamps. and he just bequeathed it like 2 weeks ago to my daughter, as well as his coin collection. So I now am able to add your stamps to that one. And my dad has a stamp collection. So I can take my dad's stamp collection, add it to my father-in-law's stamp collection. My dad and I also had a great coin collection. So we're going to have pretty great coin stamp collection going. And these will be the newest entries into the stamp collection. So we're excited about that. I've got to actually go find my dad's stamp collection somewhere. I still haven't seen it. I'm sure it's around. All right, let's talk about before we talk about the Christian revival, we got to acknowledge that the sun, everyone, major sunrise. The sun is doing great. I checked, even though Bitcoin is only trading at 112,000 US track tokens, it's running just fine. We've had no troubles at all. Let's have a coffee, talk about what's new. All right, let's see what the sludge people are saying today. Let's find out what's going on. Let me make sure it's in the order. Let me make sure we're in the right order. Oh, I got to check one other thing. While I check it's in order. There we go. Okay, I got everything. Okay, let's do it. I made the 42nd ever stamp on Bitcoin with Counterparty. Did you? We love Counterparty. Sludge door, please. Yeah, we're opening up the sludge door right now. Ready? Are we ready to hear what the sludge people are hearing in the news today? We'll start off with a little appetizer here, just a little health stuff. I'm going to help you get healthy today. What do we got first, right? The rising threat of extreme heat for young athletes, everyone. The young athletes are facing a new threat. It's extreme heat. It's too hot for soccer. This poor girl, at least she followed. This little girl's parents must have been watching this show, because of course we have been on top of the scientific discoveries this summer on how to adapt to the heat. And remember, a lot of scientists have been underlining this summer that drinking water is really great. So I don't know how many articles we saw this summer that let them all know that, but we've been covering them here. So luckily, this girl in the stock photo knows as much as the scientists know about what to do when it's hot. So there is some hope. There's some real hope. That's great. We got this too. We got the heat is on. How extreme weather is driving up food prices, everyone. The food is going up. Now, you idiot Bitcoiners that come and watch this show every day, what do I tell you all the time? It has nothing to do with inflation. Inflation is just the price, is just the money supply going up, guys. It's not that. So you people come here and you're always like, no. Steaks. I went and bought some steaks this weekend in Vermont. I'm shocked at the prices that we're getting to with the steak prices in Vermont. We're up to, $20, $30, $40 a pound for steak. And some people in Bitcoin are like, oh, it's because they printed too much money and it's because it's corrupted and broken. No. We're finding out here from MSN and from Kendall Blythe. No, the heat. It's the heat, everybody. It has nothing to do with the printer. No, it's not the money. It's the heat. This is what we found out. Climate change is no longer a slow burn on the horizon, everybody. The impact is already rippling through economies, supply chains, and global systems. According to CNN, a major international study led by the Barcelona supercomputer. They have a supercomputer on this, guys, a supercomputer. This is what's going on. Vegetables, rice, chocolate, nothing is safe. It's all from the increase in temperature. It's destroying the cost, then the affordability. That's what's happening. Protecting the planet and your household food budget. Luckily, they have tips. Buy in season and on sale, guys. Use frozen and canned produce. Join a local food co-op or CSA. Grow something yourself. Great idea. Plan meals based on deals. Reduce food waste overall. Support climate-conscious policies. There you go. That's what the deal is. So that's what's going on. We got more, though. We're not done yet. It's a busy weekend for the sludge people. They had a lot of information to download. 57 million people in Bangladesh. Could you believe that? What's the population of Bangladesh? What's the... I don't know. What's the... Muslim Bitcoiner, where has he been all this time? He's from Bangladesh. He could tell me. But, you know, what... Like, is it everybody? I don't understand. Canada, I saw Canada in this article. Canada, its second worst wildfire. Oh no. What is the population of Bangladesh? I don't understand how it could be less than the population of Bangladesh, though. What's the population? What are we at? Give me the population. We just want the population. Give it to me. What do we got in Bangladesh? We got... Oh, so only half the people, I guess. 171 million, but only 89 are in the heat. We don't know what happened. 57, sorry. We don't know what happened to the rest of them, but 57, exactly 57 million, not 120. No way. It's only 57. It ranked among the countries hardest hit by abnormal heat this summer, everyone. 57 million people face dangerously high temperatures. Uh-oh, Bangladesh. Who would have ever thought that Bangladesh would be known for its heat? What a surprise. The sludge people having to absolutely rethink their worldview this morning. Minds blown. We got more. A responsible way to cool the planet, guys. We just have to blot out the sun. Listen to Zeke Housefather. They know. Zeke and David Keith. It's just a modest proposal, guys. It's just a modest, it's the responsible way, guys. You know, if you're not going to sit there and give up the cows and the farts and the burps and all that stuff, if you're not going to listen to AOC, if you're not going to listen to any of the other climate ladies nagging you, right? Well, we have a more responsible way to do it, says the New York Times. Let's just blot out the sun. Right? Who needs it? It's stupid. Dumb. It's making it too hot. Think about all the air conditioning bills we can save. Think about all the benefits of blotting out the sun. The kids can play sports again. Everything. It's going to be great. What a great idea. Nothing can go wrong with that. That's a fine idea. Take my money. Climate change, blame for poisonous sea creatures washing up on shore. This is the Portuguese poisonous sea creatures. It's a Portuguese man of war. So the most common jellyfish is now a poisonous sea creature, and it's climate change. They never used to come on the shore, guys. This is new. All right, because it got too hot in the sea. We were like, we never even knew what they were, I guess, right? They're just a poisonous sea creature. Like, we never knew what they were. We were just walking along the beach, and then suddenly they were poisonous sea creatures, right? The other way to read this story, by the way, in case you're wondering, right? If you're not a sludge person, the other way to say this is there's Portuguese men of war on the beach. That's the story. But that's really good. Not as good as this headline. Climate change, blame for poisonous sea creatures washing up on shore. You could say simply Portuguese man of war on beach. No. Much better headline. Climate change, poisonous sea creatures. It's real. It's a real headline. I got more. Trump administration's chilling efforts to punish free speech. Trump, so chilling. Free speech was doing so great. And then Trump came along and ruined it. He's even got his bald eagles out there attacking people's freedom of speech. That's what they're doing. They're going after your freedom of speech. He's trained bald eagles, everybody. It's coming after your words. It's going to go right in your mouth and it's going to bite inside of your mouth. And you're not going to be able to say all of your lies anymore. Right? No way. I don't believe you, Chef Zero. It's unprecedented times we're living in. No way. You saw Portuguese man of war on the beach? I don't believe you. No. They're poisonous sea creatures. How did you live? How did you survive? My goodness. My goodness. We got this too. This was my favorite one of the weekend, though. This was my favorite. This was my favorite headline. The sludge people were actually subjected to this weekend. Can you believe that Charlie Kirk went to debates? I mean, stop. Just stop whatever it is you're doing. You know, you've heard a lot of people try to malign Charlie Kirk over the last little while. No one could find examples of what a shitty guy he was, right? I finally, with the help of The Guardian, I finally found it. This motherfucker went to debates, everyone. And what was his goal? His goal was to verbally defeat people in debate. Can you believe it? Can you believe the audacity of trying to verbally defeat people in a debate? What a jerk. What an idiot. What was he thinking? He went to a debate and he tried to win it with words. I mean, I'm astounded. I'm sitting here. My whole life is, I have to rethink everything. I don't quite know how to proceed after this. He literally, guys, literally Hitler. He went to debates and verbally, that was his goal. It was his goal to win the debate with words. It really happened. You're not imagining this. This is real. This is real. It happened. That son of a bitch went to a debate. Look at all these poor kids. They got verbally defeated. You watch all these videos of Charlie Kirk, and I didn't even understand it. You know, I just kept saying, wow, he's really good at debating. But now I finally get it. He went and he purposefully, it was his goal, guys. It was his goal. I have to rethink everything I know about Charlie Kirk now, because his goal was to verbally defeat the people with whom he was debating. It's true. He tried to beat them in debate. It's true. It happened. Can you believe it? He tried to defeat, imagine that. He went and debated people and he was out to win. I mean, I don't want to go and say anyone deserves to die, but if you go to a debate with words and you try to win, well, I mean, what are you supposed to say? It's a real headline. This isn't fake. They actually interviewed students and printed a headline as if it was revelatory about a guy known for debating who wanted to win the debates with words. This is real. It even comes with a separate, there's two headlines to it. There's a quote. I don't think Charlie entered debates to come to a common consensus or discover the truth. No, guys. He came to beat his opponents. You're not going to believe it. It's true. Everything they said about him was true. All right. So, indeed, that's all I got for the NPC news. So I'll come back to it in a minute. Let me take another sip of coffee, and then we'll proceed with the rundown of what happened yesterday. All right. So yesterday, I stuck around with my family. We went out early in the morning, had a good morning, went here, went there. We were thinking about going to church, but I don't love the churches around me. They're pretty libtarded, and they're not great. Not bad, but not great. As beautiful as they all are, I have amazing cathedrals around me everywhere, but they're just Canadian, I guess you could say. So there are plenty of good churches in Canada. I just happen to be in the downtown part of the city, so not that much. So we went for a walk early and got some stuff, and then it happened to be the marathon here in Montreal yesterday, so we spent the morning cheering on some of the racers. They were giving away bells. The kids were there with the bells. The marathon passes just by my house, so we checked out the marathon. And then I said I really wanted to watch the Charlie Kirk memorial service. So first up, said, come in, kids, and it was supposed to start at 2. But then I just checked on YouTube, and then I saw that they were already streaming the entry into the arena or the stadium in Arizona. So first of all, I put it on much earlier, and I'll talk a little bit about what I saw first. But they had all of this great Christian music playing while folks were coming in. Now, I go to my in-laws. My Japanese grandfather and his wife are big into the charismatic churches, and the church that I do go to with them in a rural part of Ottawa when I go to church is exactly like that. So I've been in those environments many times, and when I do go to church, it's generally the kind of church that it looks like Charlie would have gone to, or it looks like those singers would have played at. So that's the kind of place I go. So everyone's getting there, they're playing this music, but I'm already looking at the scale of this event. And, first of all, as someone who puts on events, I just got to say that a week to put on an event of that size really shows you how motivated these people were. And I actually got into the history of Turning Point's events. I didn't really know too much about it. Like I said, because I started an event with CoinDesk and then migrated over to Bitcoin Magazine, I've been in this similar environment. And I already saw someone had sent a picture of a screenshot that Charlie Kirk sent to one of his friends. And it was in early July 2021. And it was for his first AmeriFest or America Fest, which happened in December of 2021. And I wondered if he was inspired by the Bitcoin event in 2021 in June in Miami. I don't know if he was, but when I saw that tweet just happening to be at a similar time and events were starting to open up and he wanted to do this big event, a lot of people said that his event, America Fest, had a huge role in making it possible for Trump to make his comeback and to be reelected. And, I've said many times that I think our event in Nashville also had a lot to do with it. Our event, going political, the Bitcoin Magazine event, going political in 2023, really going all in on politics with Tulsi and RFK and then Trump and all these people, and moving politically like that and having AmeriFest do it too. So, full credit, I think America Fest was the biggest Republican event that really helped galvanize the Republican base. But of course, I also see parallels with what we did. And so it was just neat to hear the history of his own events, how he mounted them, how he started, how he went, to hear it all through the years. So the first few speakers were describing all of that, the early days of Charlie Kirk, the early days of Turning Point USA. So it was fun for me personally, because everything he did was so similar to what I do professionally, right? It's go out and get speakers and produce these shows. So personally, there was just a craft part of all of this, like how do you put on these big events, what it's like. So that was my first observation, definitely not the overriding presiding observation, we'll get to that, but just the idea that they put on this huge event. So a lot of people were describing the significance of that, what it meant. And I saw you had Cernovich and a few others that brought this up, how remarkable it was. But I like this tweet here. The Turning Point apparatus has just orchestrated its largest ever event, which would usually take 9 months of preparation in 7 days. This is political organizing on steroids. Nothing like this has ever been seen before. I just can't really imagine it. Like, I can't, you know, like I if you would know how much work goes on to make events, I think Trump was even describing at one point in his speech or something about, you know, Charlie and the hard work. And Trump even stepped back and said, doing these big events is hard work. And I'll tell you that I've seen it many times, like people who get into events. I want to put on an event, but they don't really understand how hard it is. It's one of the few professions in our world right now where you can't just like make it another day. You have to get your work done. Like there's a limit, there's a hard limit because the show must go on. People are coming. So there's no kicking it down the road. There's no delaying it a week. There's no delaying it 2 weeks. There's no moving the sticks. There's no moving the deliverables. None of that is possible, right? Everything is just absolute. Everything is drop dead dates. Everything to do with hitting targets all the time. Can't miss one event after the other. And I see all kinds of people who say, oh, we're going to do an event, and then they get in, and then it just totally kills them. I've seen in my career doing events now, the amount of people I've seen get just completely blown out, completely taxed, difficult, tired, exhausted, can't continue. Most people have 2 or 3 events in them. Most people leading events can make it 1 or 2 events before they're just completely out. They want to, you know, they just can't handle it anymore because it's a tough business. And you hear people, it's a constant thing where people come and say they want to do an event, and then, you know, because you hear it a lot at the sticker shock when people say, how much, you know, do you charge for an event? And then people say the price, and they're like, whoa, I didn't think it was like that. And what do you think it costs? It's a very expensive endeavor. I'm not even talking about the food and beverage and renting venues. I mean, just organizing behind the scenes to put on an event is hugely complicated, very difficult. And so here you can see something about Turning Point and something indeed about how Bitcoiners also do events. The reason why we always come through, the reason why we always do actually put the event on and they're always successful is because there is a decentralized motivation. There's a mission-driven aspect to all this. Now, it's almost impossible to beat the kind of mission-driven stuff that they had this weekend for this big event. Of course, you know, you couldn't imagine your best friend, everyone there knew Charlie, everyone there worked for Charlie, and then they've got to go perform and do this in front of people. But of course, everyone's giving them a lot of grace and everyone's probably pitching in and all that stuff. But 100,000 people, and it gets even crazier. This was the side venue. I mean, the side venue was this stadium. This is the overflow over here. So they have this huge overflow for the people who couldn't get in some kind of hockey rink or something. And so all these folks come there, and just an incredible, I've never seen anything like it. It was an incredible sight, just from the logistics and the people moving, the short time of delivery for this event, and just remarkable that it was even possible. So for me, it was personal in the sense that, as you heard people describe Charlie's career and what he did, it just reminded me of what I've done and what many people, I mean, events are one of the biggest industries in Bitcoin. It employs a lot of people. There's a lot of people putting on these events in every city. It extended from the meetup culture that Bitcoiners really embraced from the early days. And so seeing it done at this level, again, you know, it's this energy that's making the need for universities obsolete. It's these events that are making the job market, the networking, the matchmaking all possible in Bitcoin, and I think also within politics. So it's amazing to see that events aren't just these entertaining things. You know, people who don't know what's going on will call them like trade shows, or they'll say, oh, do you have a trade show this weekend? You know, if I went to Hong Kong, or where there's a Bitcoin trade show, and I'm like, well, it is a trade show. Like, it's not a stupid thing to say. But when people say that, it always shows me they don't really understand what's going on in Bitcoin, that it's not exactly a trade show. It is much more like it would be like calling this a political gathering. It was sort of political. I see a lot of people in the comments saying it was very RNC-ish or something like that, but there was something much greater going on at the same time. And it's that mission-driven approach that Christians have. It's the mission-driven approach that the Turning Point USA folks obviously have, with their leader being assassinated. So Bitcoiners do recognize this ability to come together and be mission-driven. And I see Tommy mentioning Bitcoin 2021. Indeed, it was incredible to see how mission-driven that event in particular was. That was the first time we did a real art gallery, and I started considering myself a real artist. The best conference because it was so real. It really was. Yeah, no one expected it to go on after COVID, you know. I did, but only because I was around the organizing and was involved with, you know, what was going on behind the scenes as that event was getting put together and mounted. So it's an incredible. That was always. I'm the same as you, young Tommy, and that's why I think he did get the inspiration, Charlie. I'm just guessing. I would ask him if he was in front of me right now for sure, because the minute I saw that, I was curious if he did see it, because I think history will recognize that the first event in the world to happen outside of COVID was the Bitcoin 2021 show. So no one else in the world had gotten together yet. Nobody. It was not happening. We were the first people on earth to have a huge meeting. And that's what made it possible for Turning Point USA, for example, to start imagining, okay, we can get 20,000, 30,000 people together and do this big event. So it really, I wish I would have reached out to Charlie in that period and gotten involved in that Amerifest. That was my only sort of regret as I was watching it, is that seemed like my kind of event to get involved in, and just wasn't on my radar at the time. I was too busy doing other stuff and getting ready to launch this show. I mean, this is when I started doing the show. It was the Bitcoin 2021 show, in fact, that made me reconsider what I would do with my time and my life. And it's what led me to say, well, you know what? I got to do something like the show that you're watching right now. And that's where it was, right? It was a great show, young Tommy. It was a great show. So just seeing the overflow. This is the overflow room, guys. This is how many people didn't get into the main stadium but still wanted to sit there, not live, just enjoy it together. So that's pretty incredible. But next here, just the scale of what they achieved. So we see Andrew saying, I was told, this is one of the spokespeople, executive producer on the Charlie Kirk show. He was one of the fellas that gave one of the eulogies. And he said here, I was told that we have more press interest in Sunday's celebration of Charlie Kirk's life and legacy than there is for the Super Bowl. The gospel of Jesus Christ is about to be proclaimed to the largest audience in the history of humanity. To God be the glory. And so he also wishes there, pray for revival. And incredibly, it was like a kind of Super Bowl, in fact, right? It was at a stadium and you had all these people. And we'll talk about what they were talking about in a second. But here are some of the numbers from Douglas Mackey. We know Douglas Mackey, of course. He's the fellow who was thrown in jail for the meme that we saw Hillary Clinton hunt him down a few years ago. And he says here, 504,000 watching on Kirk's YouTube, 308,000 on Turning Point, 70 on YouTube, on AP. This is all from YouTube. You go over to Rumble, you've got hundreds of thousands over there. On X, you've got over 1 million there, 2 million something. But basically, you've got millions and millions and millions of folks watching. Beauty On says the following: it also shows why complaining about mainstream media is irrelevant. It is now possible to reach everyone in America and globally without any gatekeeper's permission. Keep posting links to the free, now the normal, not alternative media, and the victory will be complete and permanent. That's why I don't call it mainstream media, or if I do call it mainstream media, it's accidental. I always try to call it legacy media, and I think you see a lot of people doing the same. I think Styx, Hex, and Hammer is pretty consistent. I don't think he ever calls it mainstream media anymore. He's been training himself for a number of years to call it legacy media. I need to be better about never calling it mainstream media and only calling it legacy media, because it's not mainstream. There's nothing mainstream about it anymore. It's actually fringe, filled with conspiracy theories and retarded people. So why would you call it mainstream? Is it main? Well, a lot of retarded people in the mainstream. But that's going to get better. We'll talk about that too in a second. So indeed, the speeches were incredible. Here we see folks saying the speeches were incredible. Miller, Trump ×2, Rubio is great. Vance knocked it out of the park, and Erica just tore the roof down. But it was these moments in the beginning where the entire stadium sang these words. It was powerful. So I'll play that song. I just have to take the stupid thing off and then I'll put it back on. But just to give you a sense of what was going on as people filed in, and I think a lot of people did really appreciate the way it all played out and the very pleasant way that people came into this environment. Let me find it. There it is. Don't forget to remind me to
one more time. So I'll throw up my head, praise you again and again. All the
yeah, so so I played this while we were just sitting around in our house waiting for I just put it on while we were doing other stuff, and it really caught the attention of my children, who watched all this early stuff. They didn't care. They lost attention by the time the speeches came along and all of that stuff. But just this stuff here, they were very curious watching the crowd come in and all this music and the people singing it. You know, I wasn't telling them to watch, but they independently started putting down what they're doing, and it got, which was what I was hoping for, right? That's why I put it on. I wanted them to hear all this stuff around and have it just sort of in the home. They got sick of it by the end of the day, but this early stuff here was really interesting for them because we had it on all day. They're not used to hearing, you know, persistent and constant noise in the house. We keep the house very quiet, but seeing this was a really interesting experience, and it worked out exactly as I'd hoped. And the kids got very curious about all this music. And indeed, I thought this was really set the tone for the entire event, having all of these early songs and making this a really highly anticipatory early setting to the show, and just having 100,000 people sing beautifully in unison like that is pretty captivating to see, to say the least. So indeed, here are some people's takes on it all, and I think most people are saying this: we're seeing a Christian revival. Now, I always, you know, whenever I hear a Christian revival, personally, I have a connection to it simply because where my farm is on this hill, we are really at the top of America, right? It's the very top. There's only like 5 houses north of me in Vermont where I am, and there's not, you know, there's 100 houses north of me in all of Vermont maybe, and we're at, you know, really the top of America. You can, and I'm on a hill, I can see hundreds of miles in all directions down into America. And I found out from the local pastor in my town, because I have gone to a few Christian picnics and stuff like that in my town, and I've met the pastor and I met all these folks. And he told me in the 60s and 70s, my farm and the whole field, the whole meadow in front of my house and around my house was a huge Christian revival spot. They used to big bands up there. They'd play the music and they'd pray for America with the very idea that they're at the north, you know, point of America and looking down and blessing the whole country below. And so that, you know, I just have this connection to these revivals from that story. So indeed, hearing this take, and this is what most people said, right? They're here saying, the greatest one I've ever witnessed, the energy in the room. This is from Patrick Bet David, PBD. Deep respect for Erica Kurt's heartfelt, strong message. Major kudos to the Turning Point USA team for delivering a world-class event with only 7 days notice. Charlie did in 31 years what would have taken 10 overachievers to accomplish. Today could literally be the turning point of USA because of Charlie. Future looks bright indeed. Seeing this and seeing this incredible revival, and that's really what people were saying again and again, and that when Charlie did share that image once of the type of event he wanted to create and the size of it in a huge stadium, and that it would be a kind of Christian revival, was also noticed and observed by many of the people there, saying that, look, this is exactly what Charlie always wanted to make and do, and that's a pretty interesting thing. So indeed, a lot of people saying that it's this revival, right? You get other people noticing from around the world. We'll talk about this again. Just texted by a friend in Paris. Hello, Rod. It's 10:17 in Paris, and all three news networks, LCI, CNews, and France Info, are broadcasting live the Charlie Kirk Memorial, waiting for the president and VP speeches. Something is happening even here. Glory to God, said Rod. We'll talk a bit more about that in a minute. Indeed, thinking about the libtard, this is, remember her, we talked about her. It will impact you. Remember her laughing, how funny it was? We talked about her when it came out, right? And Raig Nationalist saying here, thinking about the libtard woman on TikTok who was laughing because she said Charlie Kirk wasn't martyr material and that his death wouldn't matter. This video here from Viva Fry, who was a law school friend of mine. Him and I went to law school together. He was a few years older, but we overlapped, and he's a buddy. So he was there. He's a refugee of Canada. He can't live in Canada because of all of his Trump support. So he moved down to Florida. And so they're talking about it, and pretty important observation. Here's Matt Van Swal saying the worst mistake the left has ever made was assassinating Charlie Kirk. We are witnessing the greatest revival of Western values in American history, and it's burning with the fury of 1,000 suns. Evil will regret that day for all eternity. And that's Viva Fry's video again going out. Matt Walsh said, every speech for 5 hours in a row declared Jesus Christ as our Lord and Savior. We've never seen anything like this. It was extraordinary. And more folks commenting on this. Ron Coleman says, one reason Turning Point USA's service for Charlie Kirk is historic is that Western audiences are hearing major secular leaders explicitly and specifically invoke Christian theological concepts and imagery at a public event. This is indeed a great and monumental turning point for the country. Christians, along with other people of biblical faith, must now live up to these invocations if you are to make the moment true and lasting and to bring glory to God and to this great nation. To save this nation of kindness that has bestowed such blessing on us, we Jews can no longer be squeamish about the majority's invocation of the Christian deity and other aspects of their faith. The neutering of Christianity has been disastrous for all of us and must end. And indeed, you heard J.D. Vance express that exactly, saying, I speak more about Christianity now than I ever have. And he was reluctant to before. So getting rid of that reluctance is a big thing. Incredible atmosphere. This is from Matt Walsh at the Charlie Kirk Memorial today. There is no doubt that an American revival is underway. I've never seen conservatives this energized and determined to take back the culture. And finally, Tucker Carlson said the following, and a lot of people resonated. He said, this is the most unbelievable thing I think I've ever seen. Whatever happens next in America, I hope it's in this direction, because God is here and you can feel it. So indeed, you hear all of these people observing revival, unapologetic Christian pronouncements and testimonies, unapologetic expression of faith, belief, all these things. And when he says there was a revival and that people in the room could feel God's presence, you know, it reminded me, and I think this is important because this is where some of our Bitcoin analysis is going to start. So part of where I'm going with this is that, you know, this idea of feeling God in this room, like people said they could yesterday, you know, I'm reminded of this biblical passage. It comes from John 1:1, and it is the point at which the Genesis story is being re-invoked, but now to talk about Jesus Christ. And he says, in the beginning was the Word, and the Word was with God, and the Word was God. Now, it's not one of the problems with this in English, in the English translation, is they use the translation here, the Greek term logos, word. It's not exactly that. Logos does mean word, but it means a little bit more than word in the actual Greek context. It's not exactly word. So different versions of the Bible will translate this word logos differently. And the larger meaning, so the English version using just the word, that Jesus is the word, God is the word, has a bit of a limitation. The sense of logos, if you read it in its wider sense, means really the word of God. So this is the basic interpretation, right? The first verse of John establishes several important facts. It also introduces an important term. Jesus is referred to as the Word, from the Greek word logos. Christ is the logos, the definition, the meaning of the Word of God. This is the first of John's 7 names for Jesus, the Word. The rest of the Gospel is John's attempt to prove this through various forms of evidence. But as you can see here, this word piece, logos in Christianity, means something a little bigger. And the sense of it is also meeting. It is also reckoning. It's also speaking. It's dialogue. It's more than just the word. It's the entire collection of words and interaction of people. It's meetings. It's literally meetings. When you had Tucker Carlson say this here, that the logos, that God is in the room, it's the room itself. It's the feeling of all the people together talking, speaking, the words that they're saying can come together and create this feeling, this environment of logos. And that's what everyone was perceiving to have seen yesterday, this collection of words and the spirit and the feeling that came out of all these people together, singing together, talking together, aligning on good and evil, what they see in the world. And so it's the collection of these things that is important. And when you think of this logos piece, right, that you think of the words coming together, there's a direction to the words. It's not just enough to say words and then you're approaching God, right? It's a collection of words that all serve to uncover truth, to uncover beauty. So whenever you're going towards these things, whenever you're going towards the truth and the words that come together to create a semblance of the truth, or people coming together to put on a big event, or the kind of mission-driven events that I said we do in Bitcoin, right? How do you get all these people together? And that's kind of what the logos thing is saying. It's the events themselves. It's the people coming together. It's the church, right? We heard that Charlie Kirk's name, Kirk, is to literally go to church. Kirking, right, is to go and participate. And in this sense, logos means coming together, speaking, discussing. Like I said in Bitcoin really did grow because of this meetup culture. And to be mission driven, you have to be oriented towards something you believe in. And now you can believe in true things or you can believe in false things, right? We've seen many sludge people believe in fake things. We've been talking right now about the big revelation what were the revelations we were talking about? That that Charlie Kirk won, that he tried to debate and win with verbal words, right? So you can get very easily tricked with fake words. And so it's not just about words coming together. It's about words coming together and being true. And so there is an orientation within the Word of God and words coming together and people coming together and talking, that if you're pursuing truth, you'll know it because God is the orientation, the cardinal point. It helps you choose which direction to take that dialogue. And that's why things break apart and become disharmonious. That's why there are people who seduce and break apart these types of fellowships. And that's why we see division as a sort of satanic type of direction. Coming together would be, in this sense, more godly, more Christian. So it's the difference between coming together and on the basis of truth and then falling apart on the basis of lies and deception. And so there's an orientation in speech towards truth, and there's an orientation towards coming together. Again, it's not just the word, right? It is the collection of people, just like Tucker is saying, there's something there. He's in the room. And so that is this same invocation of when we hear it here, in the beginning was the Word, and the Word was God, and the Word was with God, and the Word was God. So it's been around for a long time, this concept, and it has, it's of course gone through, it's been around with us, but you don't always hear it, right? People have meetings all the time and nothing good comes of them. So why does something good come of a meeting with a bunch of people? Well, it is because of what they're talking about. It's how you get this mission-driven approach. Why do some events require everyone to be paid and everyone to be motivated by someone threatening them? And you see all these trade shows, right? Like I said, all these trade shows that I compared Bitcoin, people saying, oh, Bitcoin's like a trade show, right? Well, it's not exactly a trade show. If you don't pay those guys, they're not going to be a trade show, right? Now, you have to pay people in Bitcoin events too, but think of the amount of Bitcoin meetups that happen where no one's getting paid. Think of the amount of Bitcoin events that are just sort of launched entrepreneurially. Maybe they'll grow into something. I mean, even look at the Bitcoin 2021 show that we were talking about now. Bitcoin Magazine was out of business during COVID, like no money, nothing, right? So how do you get from no money to the 2021 event that was the biggest and most important in history of Bitcoin? How do you get there, right? You got to be mission driven, just like how you get to doing an event with 100,000 people after a few days, like they did. And so while people come together, there is an important aspect of seeking the truth, because that's how you get this sort of invocation of whatever it was that Tucker was feeling. Now, what I believe is that the word, the logos in this case, also requires, right, because this is another biblical passage you've heard a lot related to Bitcoin, which is Proverbs 16:11, which is honest scales and balances belong to the Lord. All the weights in the bag are of his making. And what that basically means is, so again, go back to the word and the collection of things being God or also Satan. And how do you distinguish between the good and the bad, right? Well, truth and lies, partly, but how do you know the truth, right? Well, here you have in Proverbs saying honest scales and balances. Well, what do we think of, even at Roxom, what do we think of Bitcoin? It is the scale and balance for oil. It's the scale and balance for the entire economy. That's what we fundamentally believe Bitcoin's role in the world is to create a reference that will allow our economics to work well again, not be easily diluted, easily tricked, easily turned in and spun into lies. And so we have believed for a long time in Bitcoin that World War III is an economic and psychological war. Now, when you hear people describe it like you did at Charlie Kirk's thing as a spiritual war, well, I think these are all the same thing. Because if you take these weights and measures and manipulate them and turn them into something else and use them to deceive, you're going to get people who fall for it, and you're going to get people who are serving something else entirely beyond their intention. And so when we think of what happened this weekend and we think of it as a spiritual war, and you heard many, many people refer to it as a spiritual war, well, as a Bitcoiner, like I said, I think of World War III as a psychological and economic war, but they're kind of the same thing. If you add the psychology and the economics, it's how you can lure people away in this fight. It's how a lot of people have been led astray. It's been the credentialism. It's been the fake news. It's been all of these weights and measures and scales that have been completely corrupted by fiat currency that don't even exist anymore. It's how you end up having fat people telling you how to be healthy, poor people telling you how to be rich. It's how you end up having all of these misinformation scammers out there. Imagine we have entire jobs. Here's a great quote I got from Fisher King about this exactly. And he says here, let me see if I can find it. Yeah, he says here, one of the more jarring experiences I've had in the last decade is borderline illiterate people who are totally uninformed about everything tell me calmly that my views are wrong because they were fact-checked. I mean, it's been ridiculous having to listen to sludge people tell you, like, imagine sitting down and a sludge person is telling you about global warming, and then trying to educate you on how stupid you are because you don't know science. And it's been like this for years. Mostly because the weights and measures have been completely corrupted as a weapon in what more or less is a spiritual war, but also a psychological and economic war to lead people spiritually astray. And that's why getting the weights and scales correct, it's why this is the action that got Jesus killed, right? Remember that Jesus went to the temple and he destroyed all of the tables, because it was the tables that were being used for the weights and scales. And so here's Brian Estes saying exactly, making a comparison here between how is Bitcoin like Jesus. Now, this is a fun take on it, but of course, Brian Estes made the Thank God for Bitcoin documentary. And here he talks about flip the money changers tables, right? We're here at number 7. He says it's immaculate conception, a gift to the world, loves everybody, lives forever, hated by the establishment, brings peace, flips the money changers table, central source of truth, moral, started a revolution, feel free to add, both are hope. And what's important here, though, and buy the truth and do not sell it, Proverbs 23:23. And so, again, the truth being something that isn't easy to find, that is difficult to sometimes distinguish from lies. But if you have the right weights and measures, you can get there. You can seek the truth. You can do it together through conversation. You can do it together and see if you can get aligned. And what we saw with Charlie is it invoked something very special into that environment, into that crowd. And when we think here of flipping the money changers tables, remember that's what got Jesus killed, is that he went and told the weights and measures that you're basically leading people astray, you're scamming them. And that's why we've got all of these social, political, spiritual problems, right? Because you can see it. I think that was what Charlie Kirk, one of his quotes that's now quickly becoming famous, right? That, we hear a lot that culture is downstream of politics. And he said, no, but it's all downstream of spirituality. And that's a spiritual war is really inevitably where we're headed with this stuff. And so Bitcoin, I think, can help you align in this spiritual war, because it's mostly based on the fake weights and measures. It's based on a fake economic system that's incentivizing people to do stupid things, that's incentivizing people to do evil things, that's keeping people mentally in a cave or blinded to what's actually going on. And so when we think about when we think about the ramifications of all of this, right? Here's Pastor Coyne saying, Jesus of Nazareth was the greatest economist of all time. We don't often think of Jesus as an economist, but a deep dive into his teachings reveals Jesus understood human nature, behavior better than anyone ever. That's what economics is. It's essentially the study of human behavior. Many of Jesus's parables use monetary language to illustrate eternal truths about God's kingdom. Jesus knew that the behavior of humans in relation to money, labor, and value was more than just physical work. It goes to the core of who we are as God's imagers. This is why he says things like the kingdom of heaven is like a merchant in search of fine pearls, right? And I have that quote next year. Because we have all been designed to seek out and attain things of value. That internal need to acquire wealth and preserve value is pointing us heavenward. Why? Because earthly value is just the shadow of the one who created all value. And so you can see here, there he is whipping the money changers and whipping the weights and measures people and telling them to beat it, right? Because they were scamming people. You know, just as a note, like this is what happened in Canada just this weekend, right? In the cloak of night in Canada, look at evil play out, right? The Bank of Canada got rid of protect purchasing power in its mission. So just like the United States, the Central Bank of Canada has two missions, right? It's the fight inflation, so keep prices stable. And so that's why they have a 2% inflation target. And it's also the same as the United States, there's a dual mandate employment. It looks like in America, we're getting the third mandate, which is the yield curve control. And we've been talking about Stephen Moran coming in to do that. We'll probably talk about that this week more, today, not so much. But just look at what happens when you have these evil forces enter into the economic equation. Of course, they're going to take away the weight. This is exactly what got the rabbis hunted down by Jesus with the flipping of the tables in the temple, because this is what they were doing. This is exactly what they were doing. Now, everyone knows in Bitcoin that who cares if they got rid of the statement in their mission and deleted it. They've deleted it a long time ago. They haven't been doing this in a long time. So when you think of what Pierre is saying and you look at this statement here, again, the kingdom of heaven is like a merchant looking for fine pearls. It means that value and seeking truth, essentially, right? We're in an economic and psychological war. It's spiritual in nature. You've got to be able to orient yourself towards truth. And it looks like there's an opposite form of magnetism on the other end, where the kingdom of heaven is literally seeking you out as a valuable person, as a potential candidate to be part of it. So there's an alignment towards truth and being of value and being a compatible fit. And so you're seeing a lot of people come to and be drawn to Christianity for these reasons. And you can see here Elon Musk even invoking the Lord's Prayer yesterday. Lots of people talking about this. We're here for the Elon Christian arc. Forgive us our trespasses as we forgive those who trespassed against us. Of course, this is in relation to Charlie's wife forgiving the murderer yesterday live before everyone. Looks like there's more people to forgive, though, because the investigation has opened up beyond the stupid story of the trans, the furry, and all this stuff. So we'll see. The case has gotten bigger. So there you go. But indeed, you've got Elon Musk talking with the Lord's Prayer. He did come back together. So this is more of the coming together, him and Trump back together. A lip reader has revealed details of the short exchange between President Trump and Elon Musk at Charlie Kirk's memorial service. Trump greeted Elon Musk with a casual, "How are you doing?" before adding, "So Elon, I've heard you wanted to chat." He then leaned in with a suggestion, "Let's try and work out how to get back on track." And Musk simply nodded in response as Trump tapped his hand and said, "I've missed you." So good things happening to just a couple of Bitcoiners up there talking about coming back together at a Charlie Kirk revival service. And indeed, you know, coming together and again, just seeking truth, right? How people align themselves, how they come together. You know, again, this is about the merchant looking for fine pearls. I mean, a lot of people picked up on the contrast and the difference between the people at this event and the sludge people who show up for protests against Charlie Kirk or ICE or whatever. And you hear Vittorio saying, "All I'm saying is that one side is mostly young, healthy, groomed, and looks normal. The other is not." You know, that's one reason, like not again, this is just the sort of truth-seeking aspect of Bitcoin. You know, one of the things that actually drove me to not do anything really in crypto anymore was when this 2021 event happened in Miami. And you finally had Bitcoin-specific events and Bitcoin-specific gatherings, and crypto wasn't really around in that environment. I went to both a crypto and a shitcoin event a little bit later that summer or that autumn. And right away, I noticed the difference in health and looks and that crypto was turning into furries and all of this stuff, unattractive people everywhere. And it wasn't, I was already on that side, but I hadn't seen it physically play out like that yet. And that was one of the big deciding factors or big motivating factors when you start just looking at the health level of Bitcoiners, the attractiveness level. I'm not trying to be that superficial. I'm just saying, just like this, there is a difference in how attractive this stuff is. So it's one of the things that absolutely helped me see the difference, and people saw it yesterday. All I'm saying is one side is healthy and looks normal. You could see a bunch more people observing this, right? But a lot of people also, just like we've seen, have now seen the difference between these people, and it's helping them find a path towards the exact kind of truth that we're talking about here and how people are coming together. So this person here says, had dinner tonight with pretty normal neighbors, a mom and dad and young children, neither of whom are very political. One has given money to Democrats, including Kamala. Both remarked how beautiful Erica's speech was and how horrified they were by responses to Charlie's death, and the people on the left over the last 2 weeks completely disgusted. I don't think many of the very online types on the left understand how bad or insane their reaction has looked to just regular normie voters, even ones who usually vote for Dems. And so you're seeing this realignment pretty clearly, and it is happening over these two levels. And you hear another person here, reporter speaks to two young men, one registered Democrat, one independent. Neither will ever vote for Democrats again. Not because they agreed with what Charlie Kirk said, but because they were appalled by the response from the left. There is a turning point for all of us. And I think a lot of people have made that observation. And again, here's Dave Rubin, just about exactly this again, how these people, how it's happened, how people are splitting. And here he says, the atmosphere in the stadium is almost indescribable. The Democrats have purged the moderate liberals, and they are now all welcome in the wide tent that Charlie helped create. This is the positive future for the country that all who love America can be part of. And a lot of people had this observation. Dave Rubin, I think, put it perfectly. Indeed, you've already seen, just like we said here, right? People come together, a merchant looking for fine pearls. It looks like there's been a sorting of folks that's hard to ignore, hard to not observe. And Cernovich says something very similar, saying here, one of the most powerful lines of the day here. And indeed, you're seeing, this is just, we've seen RFK do this at Bitcoin events, and here he is talking to that crowd. And this is, again, a liberal coming into, or a Democrat coming into a Republican tent. And here's how we can see the alignment of politics is absolutely getting away from traditional Republican Democrat. It's moving into something like communism versus, in this case, Bitcoin. And we're going to talk about how we get to communism versus Bitcoin. Maybe communism versus Christianity with Bitcoin as a weapon is a better way to put it. I'll do that today, right? Communism versus Christianity. They've never really been on opposite sides until now, to this extent. Maybe the Spanish, the Franco time, maybe then, the Spanish Civil War. One of the most powerful lines of the day, and one of the things is, we lost our constitutional rights. This is the thing, this is the fate worse than dying, to become slaves and not realize that you're absolutely not in control of anything you do, and that you're being, mostly completely manipulated. And indeed, that's why I think of Bitcoin in this way, to not be, part of this group, right? We're seeing a breakdown of groups. Kennedy underlining what's a worse fate, falling into this group and being a slave to the prompts and to the brainwashing. And here we see from block 66666 and the Marty Bent's media group here, saying, in the opportune of the data of this block, do not be overcome by evil, but overcome evil with good. So getting together will do that, but going back to the weights and scales story, that's what Bitcoin offers. It's a tool to fight back against evil, because that's what we've been up to all these years, right? And that's how you can start seeing this stuff breaking down into weights and measures being completely corrupted. And Gilded Pleb here says, Christianity that actually adheres to Christian economic values and principles, yes. Christianity has not done this for 112 years, leading to our current moment of communism constantly winning. Let me break it down simply. The Fed, anti-Christian. Bitcoin, fully Christian. Do you understand? And G. Van Vliet saying the only weapon powerful enough to defeat the evil of Marxism and communism is Christianity. And go back, that's why I've been talking about the World War II consensus, and that Christians, of course, fought on the good side. But remember, communists were welcomed into the good side, and Christianity has been infected by communism for a long time. It's what's kept a lot of Christians from being able to see clearly. The weights and measures were broken. All these things were broken. You had all these people. You had Albert Einstein, of all people, right? Albert Einstein going on about socialism. He was a socialist. Albert Einstein was a socialist, right? Did you know that? He's a socialist. So you had all these good people who were socialists and communists and all these stuff. And it made sense when it was a half-half group. You had all kinds of people before the money and the weights and measures have been destroyed, possible to have socialists on the good side and all that, but that's not possible anymore. They've all been purged and kicked. They've purged and kicked out any type of nationalism, any type of Christian nationalism. Those were all excluded in the end. They jumped in, the communists, as a type of Trojan horse into the good side to destroy the Nazis, and then tried to take over the good and bad side of that narrative, that the archetypes that we've built the 20th and early 21st centuries on. And so you had this incredible desire, I guess you can say, by these folks to you've had this incredible desire by these folks to continue to divide Christians and divide everyone according to class and everything possible. So indeed, it looks like if we realign things and we are having this split finally, and that the good side isn't occupied by communists and Christians anymore, that there's a new struggle directly between those two sides that is now perceptible, that's been brewing for many years, but is now perceptible. You start to realize that if we're gonna have this coming together, right, like we saw from the original quote to the logos, the conversation, the dialogue that we're having as a culture, if you're going to have that, and you require some orientation towards the truth, because coming together for evil produces evil. So you need the weights and measures to come together and know that you're going towards the truth. And so I think as Christians start to really disassociate from communists and all of this stuff, Bitcoin is going to be one of their main arguments against this stuff. Again, it's a psychological and economic war. It's spiritual. It's fought on the spiritual plane, but the economics and the psychology are what are programming the different belligerents on either side. So Bitcoin looks like it could be an incredible weapon for Christianity to wipe out the sludge people's worldview once and for all, so that the communists and the Marxists finally perish, or their ideas perish from this earth. Balaji's already saying it. Mostly he's not getting into that stuff, but he's saying my explanation is that the legacy economy is being sunset in favor of the internet economy. He's saying here that since the financial crisis, every transaction and every communication has moved online, but we are still at the foot of the mountain. The next step is internet economies, communities, cities, presidencies. The world is becoming internet first. I should clarify that I'm not necessarily a believer in any individual tech stock. And of course, the physical economy still exists, mostly in Asia. I am a believer, however, in the internet writ large. And indeed, having the same ability to have meetups like we saw Charlie Kirk and Bitcoiners, we've already seen these things start to come together. We're going to see Bitcoin become a greater and greater weapon online, of course, just like Balaji is saying, in order to wipe out the sludge people. And you're seeing the dividing lines very clearly, right? And here, you get this is what they're doing, right? 95% of legacy media coverage of Kilmar. Remember Kilmar? His name is fucking Kilmar. Kilmar, all right? 95% of the Maryland Father stories Meanwhile, 95% of legacy media coverage of Charlie Kirk is negative, right? One man was an illegal gang member, human trafficker, and the other man was a Christian father working to make America a better place. So telling. And that's why this stuff is happening. Blue sky, right? People are dividing themselves. Blue sky is an absolute hellscape right now. Isn't it funny that it was created for like safety, trust and safety, and now it's just filled with sludge people freaking out, which is just perfect. Just perfect. And then the people out there, you know, Jasmine, right? Jasmine and Ilhan spew hate every time they open their mouth. And it is total bullshit. They are the problem, certainly aren't the solution, and both need to go. That's from the golfer Phil Mickelson. You get her saying that Charlie was uneducated. Please run, AOC. Please, AOC, run for president. You must do it. You must run. We need you. We need you in the race. AOC, do it. You're my favorite. You have to run for president or Senate or something. Keep calling Charlie Kirk uneducated. It's your best insult. It's your best. All right, everyone. That's what I've got. I'll read a couple comments. I hope I did the Christians happy in the chat. Words that grant life. 1 Corinthians, first Adam, a living soul. Last Adam, a living, life-giving spirit. A church is also a gathering of Christians, not the building as many people believe. Yeah, exactly, Netmate. Yes, we do have them. Indeed, indeed. I think the majority are realizing they can no longer be silent and polite in the face of efforts to destroy the country we love. That's exactly it, C. Berger. Communism is rooted in envy, one of the 7 deadly sins. Yes, yes, yes. So we've heard about 7 deadly sins, but we're going to talk about heavenly houses next. We're moving over to a little bit of astronomy. So don't let the transmission jar you too much. I know Christianity and astrology don't have a ton of things in common, but we're trying to add the dialogue, the truth and the wise and the good today, and we're at a bit of a deficit in the world today, so we got to experiment and look for good news where we can find it. That's why Heather is in the house today to talk about our amazing equinox over the weekend. It happened. I was at the 45th parallel to observe the sunset at my farm and observe the full perfect, because my house is right on the 45th parallel, right? So I get to, it's full of sundials as well. The whole 45th, the border between Vermont and Quebec, if you just go walk in the woods, you'll come up, well, there's no woods. The whole border is cut. But if you walk along, you'll find sundials. You know, it's pretty fun.
Wow.
Obelisks, all that kind of stuff. In farmers' fields, everything. So how you doing, Heather?
Great segment this morning.
I'm glad you liked it. I'm glad you liked it. There's you got to talk about Jesus Christ on a day like today, after all of the incredible summoning and discussions yesterday, and what people said was really a real spiritual revival, a very Christian spiritual revival yesterday in Arizona. It seems like it touched people all around the world. So,
oh yeah, and I mean, it now is the time, and we are the ones. And you know, astrology actually does completely connect to this, because it's destiny. You know, it's destiny for us all to come back to God. You know, God is, you know, however people think about God or whatever they refer to as God, God is God and source is source, and it is the way to have hope and you know, to truly feel light, like come to the light in a time of darkness. And you know, I was thinking about how all of this happened during eclipse season, and that's no coincidence. You know, eclipse season, it always turns things upside down, inside out, and brings the truth to the top.
Well, I mean, you anticipated this last time you came in. It was just a few days before the assassination of Charlie Kirk, of course, right? So
yeah. So, hallelujah.
Yeah, hallelujah, hallelujah. Did you catch any of the broadcast this weekend?
Oh yeah, I watched it all. I had it just
Wow.
playing,
Yeah.
and then I kept finding myself coming back to it. And even
Yeah,
when
same.
I walked to get a coffee and I was listening to the music, I was totally
Same.
uplifted by the
Yeah.
music.
Yeah.
And then I came back and then I did sit and fully watch Erica's speech. And I actually think I watched most of it except for some of the parts in between where it was still playing, but I was just listening in the background.
Yeah, it's funny.
And
I never thought of that. Like, I go to that kind of a church, but I never really
Mhm.
loved the music. You know, if it's like I could tolerate it, but I'm not like
Yeah.
I never thought it was great. You know, I was never like, oh, it's great music. In fact, at Christmas I complain like hell because I want to hear the Catholic or the old ones. I like the old Christmas ones.
Yes.
I would complain to the band every year about what do you play? I don't even know about this stuff. What is this dumb song you're playing? Like, give me the good stuff. But yeah, yesterday something happened. Something clicked in me. I loved it. You know?
Well, it was done on a super professional level too, right? Like the sound system and the artists, and it was done in a way that just you could really hear the message because nothing else was distracting you from the message. Yes.
So let's talk about what this moon and equinox brought us. Is it in line with what we saw with Charlie? Is this the story that the cosmos is telling us as well?
Absolutely. And this one was different because usually on a new moon we're manifesting, right? Usually on a new moon we're feeling into what we're letting go of, but we're really looking ahead to seeing what's going to happen, what's going to come to fruition from this work in ourselves, in 2 weeks. But what's different now is because we've got the equinox along with the solar eclipse all in one bundle the last 2 days. So yesterday and today's the equinox, and the energy, all the transits and where everything is right now is saying no. It's saying this isn't a time to focus on building, just in this moment. This is a time to come back to yourself. This is a time to come back to spirit. This is a time to come back to God. This is a time to really allow the darkness, the corruption, the fake, the fear, right? Because there can be a big fear around being authentic. There can be a big fear around seeing the truth. There can be a big fear around speaking the truth. And so the time is to just let it come up and let it come up on its own. It's coming up. We can clearly see the light is the dark.
What you're saying resonated. I think one of the lines that got most traction and one that I noticed was JD Vance saying exactly that. That JD Vance says, "Look, I'm Christian, but in the I always felt a little shy. I didn't want to always bring it up." And he says over the last 2 weeks, he read the Nicene Creed straight up when he hosted Charlie Kirk's show last Monday. He said he died because he was a Christian flat out. He believed in the story of Jesus Christ, and that's what led him to this fate. And so he said exactly that. He said, I don't do that anymore. He goes, I didn't try to not do it. He goes, I can't. I'm just talking about it all the time. So it's exactly what you said.
And that's, I guess, where we can really see how dark brings light and how, things that happen are just inevitably bringing corruption to the surface. Like corruption and evil is coming to the surface. And sure, there's a lot of people that don't want to see it. And just like COVID, every time something like this happens, it wakes more people up to the evil, that's really happening. And even better when it wakes them up to God, wakes them up to, we don't need to be united. We are not actually united in political parties or beliefs. We're actually united because we all are one. We are actually all one. That's the only truth that exists in terms of our, unity. So coming back to being all one and one in spirit is, that is the upper hand in the war, in the spiritual war that we're in.
And when I think of it as a spiritual war and the upper hand, the moral high ground is a big deal, and being able to have that moral high ground, because that's what was not sort of available for a long time. Christianity was used as an insult for a long time. It still will in the future. I don't think that's going to go away entirely, but it goes in ebbs and flows, and like you said, the truth is able to pierce through a little bit, and it looks like that's what's happening here. It's one of those periods in time where it looks like those kinds of criticisms just aren't going to work anymore, and you're not going to be able to say, oh, it's so boring and stupid. It's just one of those turnings that happened, and looks like that's what's up.
Well, that's just it. And when we think about information and how we take in information, how we look at information, too many people get caught in. I heard you talking about logos today. Great. The logos of now. Really liked hearing you talk about that. And when we talk about logos and we think about the language and the semantics, and a lot of times it's just the language that gets us a little lost. I mean, I think many people would be surprised that, like, I was so into that revival. And, for me, I don't get caught up in the semantics. I don't get caught up in, like, okay, they'll call God Jesus. I don't get caught up in someone not describing it exactly the way that I would describe it. And this is, coming back to Virgo new moon, because Virgo is really that sign or that path of like a sense of purpose, like finding purpose, but not at a sacrifice of the self, like showing up in service. And I thought it's very interesting because your North Node is Virgo.
Is it?
Yeah.
Okay.
And you have, so North Node is like our soul's purpose. It's like what we came to evolve in. So when someone has like a complex issue, or there's something that's just no matter what, they can't get out of it, and they've got to go through it. But it's actually more beautiful than that, because it means it's like the part that you came to this life to evolve in, the areas. So it's very interesting because those areas are like humble service. So it's not self-sacrifice. It's like showing up where you're truly needed, where you feel needed, where you're enabling, where you're empowered, you're making an empowered contribution to society, which I think you're doing.
We're trying.
So you're not avoiding your karmic purpose in that sense. So good job.
We hope so. Yeah. So if audiences know, I gave Heather my birth details. So I think she's done a birth chart, right?
I have, and I just started unpacking it, but this was so key because this is really for everybody. Everybody right now is going to find healing in finding a deeper sense of purpose. And that purpose is not for everyone to, like, everyone's purpose isn't like to help others or to show up in service or whatever that is. Like, purpose is just what is that in you that you're feeling called to do, which actually enables you to be more authentic and more aligned, and therefore part of the good in this world.
Well, we like to hear that. Because you heard it a lot last night. I mean, I think Trump even said it about Charlie, that Charlie would ask every day, Jesus, how can I serve? Let me serve. I think Erica said it too, that she warned him about saying that when he said use me, and she says careful, because this is taken literally, and you've bought a ticket for something that you should have asked me first, because you might get shot and killed because you did this. And so no, I mean that was what because for me personally, just watching this stuff with Charlie, because Charlie and I did the same job. Like, we did events and we talked to people about coming to the event. And so it's been, and especially hearing the early testimonies yesterday and the early eulogies, because that's what they were talking about, the early event stuff. So I just couldn't help but say, well, I remember what I was doing in 2016 and 2017 with this event and that event. And just watching, I got to see a lot of events grow, right? I saw them turn into these huge cultural events, these huge cultural touchstones that I think will be remembered throughout history. And so just the strange feeling indeed of hearing people describe his job and then realizing that your own job is day to day looks very similar. And it was it was a
Wow.
weird thing for me to hear.
Well, and then all that Leo in your chart too.
There's a lot, huh? There's a lot of
Yeah.
Leo. Yeah, well, we look like a Leo when we get the beard and the hair. We got a lion. My wife always
Oh,
says.
Leos are great front facing to the audience too. Leos are in the spotlight. They're great at being in the spotlight. And not from like a performance type of a space, just because everybody just likes a Leo. Like everyone just likes to look at and hear and see a Leo. So, it's nice to see, and it sounds like you saw that in yourself too, of how different things that you've done just were really right for you and for your path.
Well, I've tried to, basically Bitcoin got me in a world where very young and very early, I was able to sort of pick my own path. And, part of what I did on the show today was really describe how Bitcoin can be used as this compass, and, likely will become a compass for Christians going forward, because the way I think a lot of the way the United States is going to break down, you hear it all the time. I've said it many times that left and right is finished. It's over. It doesn't even exist anymore. It's turning into, we all think of it in Bitcoin as fiat versus Bitcoin. I think there's probably a better frame, which is literally evil communism. I won't put capitalism as the opposite, because it's not exactly that we're headed to. It's something a little different. But I think it will be Christianity versus communism, because up until now, the Christians were tainted by everyone being on the good side against the Nazis. And so the communists were able to enter the institutions alongside the Christians and now expel them mostly. That's why you can't find them in the colleges. That's why you can't find them in the media. That's why you can't find them in the market. They're not really there's not some Christian principle of, they can't even find them in the Muslim markets. I mean, they've completely wiped out whatever was supposed to be anti-usury, anti all that. That's just, absolute comic book now in the Middle East. Mostly it's not real. They still perform, they get into interest, they get into the world banking system. They're hypocrites on it, just like everyone. So I'm not trying to single them out. And I hope they get the reform thereafter to make a truly Islamic finance. So when I see, this probably recalibration between communism and Christians, Bitcoin, I think anyway, is going to be their weapon. Because remember what Jesus got in all his trouble for? It was that he flipped the money changers and their fake weights and measures that they had inside the temple. They'd literally brought the money inside the temple and were using a corrupted exchange system in a temple. And Jesus went there and whipped them and kicked them all out, right? That's where the knots that you hear people saying, I learned that from Luke Dash Jr., the knots. We're not really in, I don't want to get into the knots thing, but that's where the knots come from, right? It was the knots in his whip that he used to hit them. And so so you can start to see that Christianity could be that whip. That Bitcoin can be the whip for the Christians to go after, because it's the same challenge Christians have before them. It is the corruption of the temple, of the sacred spaces, by communists and Marxists and all the people that would destroy the weights and measures, that would replace any kind of spiritual orientation, any type of celestial orientation, tried to make it all human-based, tried to make it all rational and logical and human system, and an inversion of what we were promised by Jesus Christ. And they turned it all into a servile system. And you see these sludge people now loving death, loving celebrating it with their demon eyes and getting all giddy about murder, and you're seeing it very
Well,
clearly.
and movies and TV, there's just constant programming in the entertainment and Hollywood of, this like fascination with like death and evil and demons, but not realizing like, even the word say broadcasting, speaking about logos or channels and
I never
how,
thought of that. Broadcasting. It's a casting a spell. Yeah.
that's something I've really been like, right. Just like
Well,
what's being broadcasted to even children.
The people don't know this, but even the word orchestration, right? The conductor's baton, right? That actually comes from Druidic wizards. The baton was the wand that people were, hooked into behaving.
Yep.
That's what made you dance. When he starts doing it, you perform. But do you know what they're made of? Do you know what these Hollywood? They're made of literally holly, the branch of a holly tree. Yeah, for real.
Oh, we could do like a whole episode on like all of these
Hollywood,
connections.
Hollywood, isn't that crazy?
Yeah, I love that stuff. I love seeing just like the symbolism everywhere. And, all the signs are there. I think it's been inevitable that we're coming into a place where, if we really can see that it's not, the division is manufactured in a lot of ways, except for it also isn't, because it's values. It's like a values. It's like if your values aren't similar to my values, and likewise, we don't resonate, but we don't actually have the same sense of purpose for the world. Like I want to uplift and build and help create and be part of the light, whereas other people want to tear it down and like destroy it and have no more babies and families and all of this thing.
But I mean, I met you at a Bitcoin event, and that's why I bring up these at Bitcoin events, because the Logos is the gathering of the people for the conversations. That's a big part of what it was, and it actually, I knew intellectually, I knew Bitcoin, I understood Bitcoin as the way, but when Bitcoiners started having their own events, and I really noticed a physical difference between crypto event and just. I'm not trying to fat shame or anything.
Oh,
but
I hear you.
It's not the same planet. Where you go to the Bitcoin, everyone's. I mean, look, not everyone is healthy, so I don't want to make it sound like that.
Well, it's not about just being healthy, but it is like there is an awareness of health, and everyone is more healthy. Like I know for me, before I started going to Bitcoin conferences, or I think maybe even before I knew of Bitcoin conferences, I was always going to hypnosis conferences, and then I stopped going. Like the last one I went, I was just like, you know what, this just isn't for me. Like I just felt that there's some things to learn, but I'm learning from people who aren't the embodiment of what they're teaching. They're not healthy. They're not well. They're not free. And I was just like so like unattracted to that again. Like I had no interest to learn from these people. And then once I went to my first Bitcoin conference, I was like, and then of course people are so creative. They're doing so many different projects like me, and they've like really grown, and they're healthier, and they understand, fiat food, and you don't have to like spend any time like just having wasting energy on like somebody who isn't healthy telling you how to be healthy. Like I like how you said that. And then the other day I saw like they had the conference in Vegas, the hypnosis conference, and I saw pictures of the people at the hypnosis conference, and I was just like, no, I'm so glad that I left that world. Like there was not one person in there that I felt was like an embodiment of what they're teaching.
Let me find. I have there's a Scott Adams tweet today about hypnosis. Let me just get it. Basically, he went because he found out someone on, I think, the Tucker Carlson podcast mentioned the employment of hypnotizers inside the CIA, and he has a pretty amazing take on it. There it is. Yeah, here, let me draw it up. So we're going to need you people, even if they're ugly. We're going to need the people who understand everything about hypnosis, because it looks like.
But sometimes they understand, but they don't really understand.
Yeah, they're not. So this guy, yeah, here says, says make people do things they wouldn't normally do, and of course, Scott Adams, who is a hypnotist, says, "Uh-oh, if this is a power they've been drawing into, things are worse than he realized." So I agree. You don't want furry, loving hypnosis people out in the environment hijacking brains. It's not good.
Yeah.
But yeah, it helped me. I mean, and a lot of people had that observation yesterday with the event. Of course, you go to an AOC protest. It's old people. It's all kinds of just physically having some trouble. You want them to be happy and all that. But yesterday you could see it. It's clear as day.
For sure. Well, and remembering just like that hypnosis, because in order to believe one thing, then you sort of have to believe another thing, then you have to believe another thing, and then you have to believe another thing, and all these beliefs are tied to this one thing, and it could be anything. You could pull on any of those threads of that one thing. So for example, even just a belief in pharma, and a belief that like there's all these conditions that you can't heal in yourself and you need pharma. Even just that, if you pull on that thread, in order to believe that, then you've got to believe a lot of other things that connect to that belief. And so it doesn't really surprise me when we have this type of a low vibration health, that it's more vulnerable. They're more vulnerable to an idea of victimhood, right? They're more vulnerable to an idea that these are the people that we should be against, because like when they look in the mirror, they see someone similar, like, right, I'm a victim of my, like, I can't change my health. I can't, I don't have the power. Like it doesn't matter what I eat, and all these sort of messaging that keeps someone as a victim is going to then be more vulnerable to this messaging of, you've got to, suck the tit of the system, so to speak, in order to survive. Right. And so that survival / thriving mindset is a big shift.
Yeah, I've seen that for a while in the married women versus the single women, in the sense that, like, I get where these single women are coming from. They have to look at the state. I've tried to be as empathetic as I can about their plight, because who else is going to help them? It's very obvious that married women are conservative, because they're just going to look to their husband for protection. And that's a very easy place to look for security, versus the state. And then everyone who's in the way of the state providing you with help they're a threat. They're literally a threat. And so it's a pretty simple trap to fall into, and a dark one at that.
I felt that before, and I've felt like a urge to compromise, even with like maybe settling down or being with someone, or or just being fearful of like not having that type of like that sense of protection in the past. I felt that, and this is the perfect time to come back to God. And this is why just God is the answer in so many ways, because when it really comes down to it, like Charlie Kirk, and even now people that are moving forward and not saying they don't feel any fear, but they know they can't be shut up. They know that they can't just stop saying the truth. They know they've got to keep going. And that there is a greater purpose and there is a greater protection than we can see.
Well, we're going to find out about great protections, but unfortunately we can't keep going like the people you're referencing. We have another show up Coming, Borja's got his markets show coming up next with Luca. So everyone, please enjoy that. And thank you, everyone. I see a lot of people in the comments are happy again that Heather is here. We love having Heather. We're going to see Heather in 2 weeks when we're discussing the full moon. It will be the harvest moon, right? It is actually going to be the harvest moon this time. So we're going to check it. It's always my favorite one. I don't care what people say about stupid Neil Young. It's still a beautiful song, Harvest Moon. We're still going to enjoy the song. We're still going to enjoy it. Right? It's a great song. Even though he's got mental problems and probably should have a look at the stars a little more to find out how to orient himself. He's definitely lapping up the craziness. Great show, Seaberger says. Indeed, ask Heather if many power players in Bitcoin are of a couple of main astrological signs are mostly distributed. Have you done any astrological analysis?
Ooh, we'll see that one. That's a good one. Feel free to tag me on X.
There you go. Do I know The Hypnotist by Hockney? I ran into it by chance, I think, in Paris. I'll take a look at that. All right, everyone. Well, Heather, thanks so much for coming. We love having you. We shall see you in 2 weeks. Now that I have your email, I'm going to put them all into an invite. I can't do it automatically. Unfortunately, Google doesn't do they only do by week and month. They should do a star, suns and moons choice, but I'll send a bunch of individual ones to make sure we don't miss you. The audience loves you too much, and we love having you. So great. Thank you so much.
Thanks for having me. Bye-bye.
All right, folks. I will not be reading any more comments. I got to head out and let Borja take over the signal. Thanks for coming, everyone. I appreciate it. I hope you enjoyed today's show. You'll see me again tomorrow. Super show. Thanks. Thanks again, Noha, for the stamps. See you all tomorrow, everyone. Borja's next with Luca. Peace out.
Security matters. Zappo Bank. The only way to bank your Bitcoin. Apply now at zappobank.com.
So, tell us about your furry friend here. What's his name?
Oh, this? This is Bitcoin.
Bitcoin?
It's not just a cat, he's family.
Quite a name, and I must say, looks quite pampered.
Oh, absolutely. Bitcoin deserves nothing but the best. He's my little prince.
But with such a valuable pet, aren't you afraid of losing him?
Losing Bitcoin? No, it never happened before, so it's not something I worry about. Excuse me for a moment. Bitcoin, stay here, right?
Bitcoin, no! Bitcoin, come on, little buddy, Bitcoin, I need you. Don't go.
In a world far away. Nah, just kidding. This story begins in this world. It all started in 1460 in Antwerp, when the first commodities exchange was created, but the real transformation came in 1602, when the Amsterdam Stock Exchange was founded. Considered the oldest in the world, it was the first to trade financial assets. Over the years, Britain expanded its colonial and maritime influence, and the British pound sterling overtook the Dutch guilder in the market. Thus, the London Stock Exchange became the financial centre of the world. The 20th century came, and the world got into some trouble. But shortly after World War II, the Bretton Woods Agreement established the dollar as the world's primary reserve currency, and the centre of the planet moved to Wall Street. Today, we're travelling at the speed of light towards a new age, an era shaped by the consolidation of Bitcoin as the currency that will define the future of the markets. We present Roxom, a new Bitcoin-denominated market that allows trading all sorts of securities, commodities, derivatives, options, and anything you can imagine. Roxom, rock-solid markets.
The future of capital markets runs on Bitcoin. Introducing Roxom, the first ever exchange where Bitcoiners can trade treasury stocks entirely in BTC. Get exposure to top Bitcoin holding companies like MicroStrategy and Metaplanet, priced in Bitcoin from the start. No fiat, no middlemen. This is what financial freedom looks like. Early access now live at roxom.com/treasuries. Built by Bitcoiners for Bitcoiners.
Live, guys.
Alrighty. ¿Estamos? Bueno.
Yeah.
All right. Bueno, how's everybody? We are live already. Amazing new week. Bitcoin dipping a little bit. What's up with everybody? I hope that everybody's super well. We're ending September. We're ending September in an interesting way. As we always do in our weekly roundup, let's say at the beginning of the show, we will now intro our amazing guest of the week. And actually, we have some good, interesting news on that front. Luca, can we please do the initial Bitcoin what's going on moment? We've had a dip, interesting dip. Let's go over what is going on. What are the charts saying?
Yeah, let's go with it. Also, Borja, I think it's pretty timely, because of the pullback and what we've talked last week. So let me just real quick share some screen here. I hope you're already seeing it. Basically, remember on the latest weeks on September, we had this, round bottom, which I loved, honestly, because, well, for me, it was the fuel of the latest range high, it was basically the fuel of our mid, which we covered last week, which I think was the first great target of our leg up, the mid basically between the bottom and the high. And we reached that last week, pretty comfortably, pretty comfy. And now we're definitely pulling back. What I think is very important, honestly, Borja, for today, not even for this week, but for today, is holding the level. We shouldn't be dipping down here, because if we're closing below this, we should be expecting lower.
Sorry, are you talking on a daily? If we close on a daily basis below 111,700, that's considered breaking the support.
I think if we close today below here, this is losing momentum for me. We should be expecting to clean the lows, honestly, on the $107,000. That's why we're doing, I think, a good job right now. We should be definitely be holding this level. For me, if we have a good recovery here on the following hours, for me this is very natural. We're basically doing a pullback of the earlier level, on the month, and we should be expecting to go up. So for me, the definition is here on the $110,000. Expecting it to close above it, hopefully for us to have a green week. Let's see.
Beautiful. Bueno, guys, you know what we're expecting for this week now. Let's not close below 111,000. Or actually, let's do it so we can buy the dip, depending on where you're standing. But now we're going to welcome our good friend of the house, Jesse. Hey, Jesse, how are you? It's great to have you here. We were just here on stage. We just spent a good time in New York. Jesse, what's up? A mini comment. Always loving Jesse's quality. Like, look at his camera. This is beautiful. Like, he looks better than in real life, I would say, almost.
That's probably right. Behind the scenes, I've got a DSLR that I figured out. I can just use this as a webcam for my media appearances like this. So we're leveling up.
Yeah, no, it's wonderful. So what's up, Jesse? What's going on? We had a great event last week here in New York. It was amazing. Also, plenty of people saw you and Andrew taking notes. What notes were you taking? Could you please share to everybody?
That's a good question. I did jot down quite a few Sailor quotes. He rattled off some great points about his current views on where value will come from in Bitcoin treasury land. And it's such an early, we're so early in this new industry that these business models are still being developed and niches are still being explored. And I think today we've seen the latest development. I think will be quite a big milestone in retrospect. The first acquisition of a Bitcoin treasury company under 1x MNAV, which is one of the things that we've all kind of wondered, when will it happen? Surely there will be some consolidation here, and value will be delivered to shareholders through transactions like this. And for the first time ever, in what I think will be the most important industry in finance, in the next 20 years, for the first time ever, we're seeing a merger, an acquisition of a Bitcoin treasury company that has worse shareholder metrics than one that's in a position of strength, and it makes sense to do that deal.
Yeah. Can you please, Jesse, what's your analysis on this? How common do you think this is going to be? In what scenarios, what situations? I mean, clearly also something for already 600 people in the live. Thank you guys for being here. Clearly, Jesse, this is only going to be for the strongest companies, right? Consolidation is for the strong, and I mean, you can be on the strong side or in the weak side. Maybe you could be like PayPal and X.com, that both were kind of strongish, let's say. You could think bigger, let's say. But in general terms, I would say you have the strong guy, the strong empire, the weak empire, and they come all in together. So SWC, as one of the strongest treasury companies, clearly this must be something that is going around your head. How are you thinking, even though it may be early, because we still need to see plenty of things, just evolution and so on, evolve, sorry. What's your view on this? How are you understanding this for the future?
Yeah, I think, because it is such a new topic, I think that first of all, it's important for Bitcoin treasury company investors to understand that mergers and acquisitions are very hard and very messy, and there's a lot of reasons why on paper they can make sense, but in reality they don't make sense.
Yeah.
You can make an offer to a company where on paper it makes sense, but the leadership team and the board of directors think that company still has a bright future, and so they say no to it. Even though the numbers make sense for shareholders. So, there's a lot of reasons why I think this is going to be less common than people realize. I also think that the other thing that, you sort of touched on here is like, it's important to be in a position of strength, just in general, and especially for Bitcoin treasury companies. You want to be, and I think that position of strength comes from having delivered a track record of Bitcoin yield, and executing on the playbook. And Smarter Web is fortunately in a great position in terms of that. And I think what we've seen over the last 2 months globally is a compression of MNAVs for everybody, and a lot of flywheels have stopped, right? And I think that's the lifeblood of a Bitcoin treasury company is, can you keep your flywheel going? Can you continue to add accretively in terms of growing Bitcoin per share over time? And Smarter Web, because of our track record and everything that we have in place, has been able to continue doing that. A lot of our UK peers have stopped being able to continue that flywheel. That does make them sort of acquisition targets in general. If your MNAV gets under 1x in particular, which is what should happen to a Bitcoin treasury company whose flywheel stops. They have costs that mean that they're going to be draining resources, and should be under 1x MNAV. But all that to say that there's a lot of reasons why we think at Smarter Web the best thing for us to keep doing is running our playbook as it is, and keep growing to scale. And then further down the road in the future, it may make sense to engage in opportunistic transactions like this. But we think that the way we can add shareholder